I mean, again, he doesn't know who Gabriel is, right? Because he didn't come from an Abrahamic faith. The people of Mecca were pagan.
The Quran is mentioned, if this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
That we believe without understanding.
The brother asked a very important question, that most of the scholars say that listening to music, watching movies, and most of the television programs, they're haram. So how can we have fun? Let me tell you, brother, at the outset, that having fun is permitted in Islam as long as the fun is halal fun.
That the standard narrative has holes in it.
The Prophet tells us because Satan or the devil sleeps over our nostrils. Those who oversleep and not pray Fajr on time, Satan urinates in their
I
ears.
really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God in the sense that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel. I mean, that is, after all, why they crucified him.
Hello everyone, and peace of Christ all of you, peace about your friends, and let us have some good time together. Today our topic, as you see on the screen, we are talking about gambling. Today YouTube recommended a video for me, and I found it very interesting. And the video was from a very well-known person. His name is Ahmed Didat, who don't even speak Arabic. Yet they call him Sheikh. It's like Sheikh Uthman, he is right. You can be Sheikh without speaking Arabic. So here a Christian person, he says to him, well, what Quran can do? I mean, you are coming to debate the Christians, but what your Quran can do? So did that, you have an answer. He silenced all the Christians.
And that. So look, Islam, through the Quran, through this one verse, it eliminated 4 major evils. One verse, I quote, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, say, oh you who believe, innamal hamru, most certainly intoxicants, wal maisiru and gambling, wal ansabu and fortune telling, wal azlamu and idol worship, rizum min amri shaitan, are an abomination of Satan's handiwork, fajtanibuhu la'allakum tuflihun. When this verse was revealed, wine barrels were emptied in the streets of Medina, never to be refilled. The most perfect, complete and lasting revolution in the history of mankind. One verse and the evil was abolished for good.
If we go to the verse he is mentioning, we will see that even the Quran did not even forbid alcohol. And actually Muhammad was copying Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, and we will go there. But let us go here and see what the Quran really is saying. Remember, one verse eliminates all evil in this world. You will notice that the Quran even did not say that it is forbidden, neither gambling, neither alcohol, neither idolatry, neither any of those are forbidden. It says fajtanibu, which means avoid them. And there's a huge difference between avoid them and it's forbidden. Avoid them mean as try your best to avoid them. It's not a sin. It is not a sin. And I will open my Skype soon and I will ask the Muslims, what is the punishment for gambling or for drinking? Now for sure they will say to me the hadith, right? One verse eliminated all 4 evil. One of them is gambling, one of them is fortune teller, one of them is a drinking. But do you know that Muslim, they can do gambling over horses or camels? And they are forbidden to play chess. This is the gambling they are talking about. You see, when they say gambling, you think it's really gambling. You want to translate the word gambling here. This is about playing chess. You know, like, you know, those like Persian games. All of them, they are Persian games. Like the one you used, what they call it? The one that had numbers. But those are people, they play just for fun, including chess. If we go right now to the hadith, and this is telling you that Muhammad is really evil. Ali used to say that the chess is a miser of the foreigners, okay? A miser of the foreigners. It's the gambling of the foreigners. But this is not gambling, you know? And then he continues saying here that nobody play chess except a sinner. Nobody play chess except a sinner. Let me show you more hadith about this, so you can laugh. So we can gamble using money, real money, over horses, over camels. And the Muslims, they say, oh, this is because it helped for jihad. Look at the excuse. Let us find some reference. Let us read this one. This one is good and showing you how mental Muhammad is. And this is sahih. So they cannot say to you, this is weak and, you know, this game. He who played Nardshir, which is actually, you know, like this table, you know, like they open it, they play it in Turkey and many other places. The one who do that, he is the same as somebody, his hands is in the swine meat and the blood of the swine. This is in the hadith. But this is not gambling. And this has nothing to do with gambling. We go to different hadith. All of those actually, like this one is sahih. So the Muslim cannot say to us, this is accepted, this is rejected, then you know the game. Let us see different hadith. Just to show you how they try to fool people about what is forbidden in Islam. What's wrong with playing this game? What's exactly the problem? You see, gambling is something different. Gambling is you bet money over anything. We can gamble over anything. We do not need to play game. You can say, if it rains tomorrow, what do you think? I bet it's going to rain tomorrow. Do you bet against me? Gambling is something different. So the stupidity is beyond imagination. And Muslims, obviously, when they translate the Quran, they don't even know what they are translating. Nowhere even the word gambling is mentioned in the Quran. As you see, this is not gambling. What does this have to do with gambling? And how this can be gambling? And if we forbid gambling, then we forbid the act of gambling, not the game. The game itself is not a gambling. Chess is not a gambling. So what does this have to do? With gambling? If we go to different reference, let's see. Let us see if we can find this one. This is about chess. Here it says Ibn Umar, when he found blah 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 playing, and you see here they are talking about two games actually, not only chess, chess and playing with this. Let me show you a picture so you can know what I'm talking about. And actually, the funny is, this is the very popular game in all over Islamic countries. And then the Muslim, they say it's forbidden. So why you play it then if it's forbidden? If it's forbidden, why you play it? Obviously, it's not. This is the game we are talking about. I'm sure now many of you knows what I'm talking about. You know, I'm trying just to find the word for it, which I don't know in English. So this has nothing to do with gambling, unless you bet. But this can be happen for anything. If you go for hunting, if you say if I get a tiger first, I win and you pay me, etc. This is gambling. So gambling is a different story. So here you see that the illusion and the misleading in the Islamic translation when they translate the Quran. And then he says here that the one who played chess, nobody played chess except someone he is a sinner. There's no good in chess. But a chess is a game, will make you smarter, teach you how to have patience, how to think, how to be careful, how to be patient, how to plan for things. It's a very, very, very healthy game. So what a human should do. You see, music is forbidden, chess is forbidden, this game is forbidden. So what is left? What's exactly left? Sex and food. So when the Muslim, they bring to us those verses and they mention the word gambling, in fact, the word gambling never mentioned in the verse. Same time. And actually, we can go and read the interpretation for the verse. You see, I can go right now and see the interpretation, and you will see that it's not what they are claiming. In the same time, many of you do not know that this verse came to Muhammad in chapter 5, verse number 90. But in fact, this is one of the last chapters Muhammad he received. If we check, you will find it came almost when Muhammad was dying. If we go here, we will find that chapter 5, let us go to chapter 5. According to Revelation, it came as 112. So the Muslim, they live their life playing, if this is gambling, playing gambling, drinking, and doing all those things which is bad. And now Muhammad, he have 2-3 years to live, and now he decided to forbid gambling. But look what happened. A group of Muslims, one of them, his name is Abdul Rahman ibn Auf. He invites some Muslim to his house, and they start drinking until they got drunk. And then they stood up to pray. And then instead of reading the chapter of Al-Kafirun correctly, they start skipping verses and skipping words. And then the verse came down saying, "Oh, who you believe, don't drink when you are praying." But doesn't say it's forbidden. Nowhere in the Quran it says that drinking alcohol is forbidden. Actually, I can show you sheikhs saying so. Let me look for it. Okay, actually, I just found one. This is Morocco World News. Nothing in Quran says alcohol is haram. And this is Al Arabiya TV, Saudi Arabia. This is what? Saudi Arabia TV. And this is in Saudi Arabia, in the heart of the Islamic countries. Nowhere in the Quran it says. And this is a newspaper publishing this from Morocco. Saudi writer Abdullah al-Baqid, he has a claim on Monday that there's not a single verse in the Holy Quran forbid alcohol, adding that the Quran does not even mention the punishment over drinking alcohol. And he said, I find, you can read with me, I did not find anything in the Holy Quran that forbid alcohol, and there is no punishment too. Abdullah al-Baqid, he wrote that in Twitter. This is the tweet. Now, the verse in front of us, I will open my Skype, and I challenge any Muslim to show me one verse in the Quran, make a punishment for those who drink or do gambling or play chess or listen to music. Or actually, I challenge you to find me even a punishment for rape. Even rape. So when the Muslim, they speak about things, you know, they are the one who kisses stones, and they are the one who accuse you of adultery. They are the one who do mut'ah and 5-6 minute marriage, as maybe hijab he said, and they are the one who accuse you of adultery. They are the one who take interest from the bank, but they give it different names, and they claim that they don't take interest. They are the one who practice pedophile act, and they speak about ethic in the West. Let me open Skype in case there's any Muslim would like to join us. He's more than welcome. If we go to the Bible, we will find that the Quran, actually, this verse is starting from Paul. But Paul make it so clear that no one will enter heaven. No one is going to enter heaven. Let me find the verse. Give me a second. All right. I find it really funny when a Muslim he try, you know, to speak about God and holiness and all kind of issues. And you know, remember the Quran said that we will go with what Allah he forbid for the Jews too, because you will notice that the Quran says clearly that Allah did not forbid those things to the Jews and to the Christians, which is very weird. I'm opening my Skype. It's open, I think, yeah. First Corinthian, yeah, First Corinthian. This is the Bible here. And you will see that it's almost as somebody copy-paste from the word of Paul, and he is putting it in the Quran. And remember, Muhammad here is almost dying. This is the end of his life. Shouldn't those things come in the beginning? I mean, you are almost dead. And the Muslims all this time, they are drinking. And your God never forgot. Never. I mean, they are drinking in front of him to the point they are drunk. They go to the mosque and they are totally drunk. They fell apart. People, they are laughing at them. So if you read with me here, you will see it's speaking about the righteousness and speaking about those who they are going to go to heaven. You know, no thief will not go to heaven. Muhammad is a thief. The people who drink and get drunk, they make it like a lifestyle. They don't go to heaven. And listen, in front of you, all of those things, you do them, including homosexuality too. There's not a single verse in the Quran speaking about somebody who is homosexual will go to heaven or to hell. The Quran actually says, whoever says Shahada, he go to heaven. Not a single verse. In fact, the Quran teach that if somebody is a homosexual, you beat him with sandals. That's it. This is the penalty. So imagine adultery. The penalty can be very severe, but homosexuality, we beat him with sandals. And if you don't believe me, I can show you the verse from the Quran. And here we notice that Islam is not really a religion. It's just a Muhammad trying to copy other people, trying to make a religion. And this religion is full of holes. Not only the narrative have holes, the Quran is full of holes. Because it doesn't make sense that there's a God, he make verses or he make a book, and then he forgot to tell us what is homosexuality in Islam is. Why? There's no homosexual. If you read my book, Sex and Allah, you will see that the whole town is homosexual. The family of Muhammad, if not Muhammad himself. Here it says, if two men among you are guilty of such an act, punish them, both of them. Okay, what is the punishment? In the Quran, there is no punishment. Nowhere it says what the punishment is. In fact, the word in Arabic, it doesn't say punish them. It says فَآذُوهُمَا. Adhuhuma, hurt them. It's in front of you. Hurt them. Not punish them. This is why if we go and read the interpretation, we will find it says, beat them with sandals. Beat them with sandals. So, Quran is not a book of God. Quran does not even forbid what it should be forbidden. No verse in the Quran is forbidding alcohol. Actually, alcohol, according to the Quran, in different verse, it's a miracle of Allah. If we go here, we will find the Quran saying the following. Allah himself is praising being drunk, claiming that this is a miracle, a sign from Allah. Chapter 16, verse number 67. You ask the Muslim, they say to you, this is before this alcohol became forbidden. Where is the alcohol became forbidden? Nowhere. The other verse says, Ishtanibu, avoid it. And if the Quran saying in one verse, according to them, alcohol is forbidden, how Allah here, he is praising alcohol. Change the translator, because most of the translation are very confusing and they lie a lot when they translate. Look what it says here. This was before the order of the forbidden of alcohol drink. Where is the order of forbidden alcohol drink? They will say to you in the hadith. The Quran is not a book of God. The hadith is the book of God. Because how Muhammad received his order? Didn't he receive his order, especially about law and order in the Quran? Is the Quran is the book of law and order? Or the Quran is about a flying carpet of cinnamon? So when this fool did that, he says that for evil eliminated in the Quran, I challenge the Muslim to show me how those 4 evil eliminated in the Quran. Neither gambling is forbidden. Neither drinking is forbidden. And as you see, the God of Islam, he is claiming that this is a sign from Allah. It is a sign from Allah. Remember when this fool, Nadir Ahmad, he called me and he says he claimed that Quran, according to scientists study, those who drink alcohol, they will have a syndrome for their children. This is false. You know, those things can happen if you are addicted for anything. Addiction, this is a different story. Do we have any Muslim? And if you read this story here, the verse which the dad is reading, you will see that this is because a bunch of Muslims, they were drunk, and this is at the end of the life of Muhammad, which means Muslims all this time are drinking and praying. What a party time. Read it carefully. I went to a group of migrant and helpers, and they said to me, let us feed you and give you wine to drink. This was before it was made unlawful. Okay. So I went to the field where they had roasted a camel, a head, and a barrel of wine, not, guys, not a bottle of wine. Do you see the word barrel? The Muslims don't drink in a barrel of wine, they drink in a barrel of wine. The whole barrel of wine. And this is at the end of the life of the time of Muhammad. He's almost dead. So all this time Muhammad did not notice that this is bad. So look what happened. They start drinking and eating as usual. And then when time for prayer, they stood up and they start falling apart. Here it says, I ate and drank with them. Then I mentioned the immigrant, the helpers. He said, the immigrants are better than the helpers. One of the men grabbed one of Joe Bones and of the head we ate. And he hit me with it. The Muslim now, the good believer, the companion of Muhammad. Those are the companion of Muhammad. The companion of Muhammad, they are drunk, fighting and hitting each other. So now they ate the head of the camel. One of the good companion of Muhammad, he grabbed a bone of the camel and he hit his brother in Allah. He hit me with it severe in my nose. In the process, I went to the Messenger of Allah and give him peace and informed him in what happened. And Allah exalted is he revealed about me and the matter of drinking. So if those guys did not fight, Allah will not send a verse. I mean, do you see the stupidity? So if those guys did not fight and hit each other, and nobody went to Muhammad, no verse, no Quran. They are drinking a barrel of wine. You see, when we speak about Jesus drinking some juice, some they say it's wine, some they say it's not. Doesn't matter really. But we don't see a bunch of drunk people. We see a very wise conversation. extremely wise, extremely beautiful, and we don't see people beating each other. So the Muslim, they accuse us of drinking, and they are the one who drink by barrels and they beat each other, and those are the companion of Muhammad. Do you see it? In the same time, we find that the Quran claiming that drinking alcohol is a miracle from Allah. And this verse here, nowhere it says that it's forbidden. Nowhere. It says ijtanibu, which means avoid it. This is another Muslim scholar, and this is in Egypt. Egyptian cleric says alcohol is not haram in Islam. And he is challenging them to show them one verse that says it's haram. Nowhere. And the video in front of me, I can play it. Egyptian cleric Sheikh Rashid Mustafa made a controversial statement claiming that drinking alcohol is not haram, which means not forbidden under Islam. And those who say it is haram, it's a lie. And actually he's right. He said to you, well, show me where it says it's haram. Where it says in the verse it is haram. And he said here, well, if the alcohol even is forbidden, then God should give a punishment. So he's agreeing that his God is, this book is missing, this religion missing a big, major thing. How you forbid it? But there is all those things. Did you forbid it? Where is the punishment? And those are sheikhs. Those are not potatoes in YouTube. Like the ketchup boy who claimed to be a sheikh, but yet he cannot read 2 words in Arabic. Do we have any Muslim? Do we have any Muslim who would like to join us? Okay. Let us see. We have extreme heat, and the town, there is no water for 2 days. I hope we will not lose electricity, because that will be really a problem. No water, no electricity. That means this town run by inshallah. Any Muslim? Okay. All right, we have somebody, have a Muslim friend. He's going to call me soon. Until then, we will see. Some of you send me a text message in Patreon, and they said you have a question for me. It's your time to ask, man. The one who said you have like maybe 2 of you or 3 of you send me emails. Remember always, you see, if you send me a question in Patreon, the first, because my typing is not so fast and my English is not so good, so answering you by email, it's really horrible, take a lot of time, and it's a waste of time for me, because instead of answering the same question for 1,000 or 10,000 people, I'm going to give you answer only for you. So don't ask me in Patreon. Here, feel free. Can you give us the link about the barrel of wine? Sure. Do you want to get the barrel too? Okay, this is the barrel of wine. And this is the book. It's called Asbabun Nuzul. All right. As you see, this is the official Islamic website of the Kingdom of Jordan. This is not a Christian website, and this is not Christian books, and those are not our translation. I have a question about how to confront Shia Muslim about the age of Aisha, and if you cannot, what is the best way to confront Shia? First of all, my friend, Shia, they are people who practice taqiyya non-stop. Even when a Muslim Shia, he speak to his wife, he have to lie to her. Lying in Shia religion is a must. Otherwise, you are not a Shia. Actually, there's a statement that says, if you don't do taqiyya, you are not a Shia. It's a must. So when you say confront a Shia about the age of Aisha, will the Shia, they believe that they can have sexual relationship with an infant? If we go to the book of Tahrir al-Wasila, and let your friend, you can call me right now. We go under the topic of enjoying sexual relationship with infant. Al-Radiya. So how and why you need to convince him about Aisha if those people, they are willing to have sexual relationship with an infant? This is the book of Tahrir al-Wasila. It's in the front of your eyes. Volume number 2, page number 241. You know, the question is, or the problem, or the issue number 12. It says, it is not permissible to jump on the wife. You know, even their text is really rude and filthy. What you know what to mean? What it mean to step on or to jump on? So they speak about the wife as if she is a goat, as you are a male goat or you are a donkey, and she is a female donkey, and you jump on her. So it says it is not permissible to jump on the wife before the age of 9. Regardless if the effing was continue or disturb, which means you marry her, divorce her, marry her, divorce her. But all other enjoyment or enjoyment, like touch with desire, and hugs, and tafkhid, which means putting your private part between her legs, it is okay, even if she is an infant. And let me use Google translation, because they might say to you, it doesn't say that, CP. You go to number 12 here. It is not permissible to have intercourse with the wife before she completes 9 years old, whether the marriage is a permanent or not. As for other pleasures, such as touching with desire, embracing and the grabbing, and this is false translation, by the way, it says about putting your private part between her legs, there's nothing wrong with it, even if she's a female, she is an infant. Let me shorten the link for you, so you can give it to your friend, the Shia, who is playing. You know, this is what they do. I mean, they have the religion of prostitution, and then they play that they are the Virgin Mary. And you can use Google translation even if you don't speak Arabic. And as you see here, they confirm the age of 12. Why? Because, sorry, of 9, because Muhammad, he did have intercourse at the age of 9. Let me see. I will shorten the link for you. There's many websites, they claim they shorten links, but they are fraud. Okay. This is the link in front of you. Feel free to read it. Any other question? Imagine how low. I mean, they are talking about, the dad was speaking about what? Eliminating for evil in the world. I mean, how evil can be more than this? An infant. How evil can be that there is a human being, even donkeys don't do that. And they say that Islam is eliminating evil. Is it true Sunni saying Shia are not Muslims? They do drink. Okay, that will take us to to the rest of our topic, because you remember, you see the title, it says Islam is a form of gambling. You know, when a Muslim, he says, like before I go live, one of the Muslims, he said that Islam like promise you eternal life. I laugh because this is absolutely false and this is against Islam teaching. Why? Because we know that Muhammad himself, he said that Islam will be 73 sect. 73 sect. And one of them only will go to heaven. So Islam is a perfect gambling. Actually, gambling, when you play gambling, they divide the papers to 4, right? Is that correct? And how many papers in the card? I think it's 52. I used to play a card like when I was a teenage. So imagine if you are playing card, is it 52 or I'm wrong? Because I'm going to use my calculator. Is it correct, 52? We divide it to 4. That means your chance of winning is 13 to 52. Is that correct? I just choose my calculator. It is 13 to 52. Which means you have 13 cards in the game out of 52. So, if we do this, if we say 52 minus 13, which is your card, that means your opportunity to win is 13 out of 39. Now, if we do this, if we divide 39 to 13, that means your chance to win is a 3. If I'm giving the number correct. Anyway, it's like 25%. I mean, there's 4 people, right? It's 25%. So look what will happen now. We have a religion, the founder of it saying, if you join me, only one sect will go to heaven, and there is 72 will go to hell. I remember a Muslim sheikh, he was saying, hey, how come you Christians are very divided? Okay, which one I'm going to go to heaven? Protestant or Catholic or Orthodox Christian friends? I got you busted. Don't change topic. I said, Abdul, are you sure you want to switch topic? Because we're talking about different story, you know? He said, yeah, I'm sure. I said, are you sure? You know, the Muslim, they were saying to him in the chat, brother, he is saying to you, are you sure? So don't say that. Don't say I'm sure. Don't say I'm sure. Abdul, he wasn't looking at the chat maybe to take the advice. So he said, I'm sure. I said, okay, read this hadith for me. So he started reading. Okay. The Prophet SAW said that the Jews will split into 71 or 72 sect. The Christian will split into 71 or 72 sect. And the community, my community, the Muslims, will be 73 sects. So I said, the question you gave me, I will give it back to you. Look how stupid this religion. You know, if you ask any Muslim, they will say there's millions of Christian sects. What are you talking about? But if this is true, that means Muhammad is truly a false prophet. Because you're a prophet, and look, Muhammad is not sure, huh? You know what I'm saying? 71, 72, but he's sure. It's one of, like 71 or 72. Because the Muslim will be 73 guaranteed. And now if we count how many Muslim sects, it's endless. Gambling. So when a Muslim, he lied to you and he says Islam promises you salvation, how you can receive salvation if you do not know which sect? He will say to you, a Jama'ah. Jama'ah, I mean group. What Jama'ah? What's a stupid answer? They asked Muhammad, who are those sects? He said, a Jama'ah. The group. Which one? Well, all of them are a group. That's why they call them sect. Do you see it? This hadith here, it says, let me zoom in so maybe you can see it better in the text. The children of Israel will be into 71 sect. My nation will split into 72. But look, Muhammad, look the fool. In the previous hadith, he said his nation will be 73. This idiot, he don't remember what he said yesterday. Yesterday he said 73, today is 72. Do you see it? Is this hadith sahih? It is sahih. So how this hadith can be sahih saying 72, and how the previous hadith saying 73 can be sahih too? How both can be sahih? You are talking about numbers, remember. I wasn't talking about meaning. Numbers, it's very simple. Even this one, you want to make games with it? Is it 72 the Muslim will be, or 73? And all of them, they are sahih. Sahih, brother. The religion of Sahih, brother. What we will do now? Which one of them? Which one? Sahih. Sahih. So Islam, for true, is a form of gambling. It is a gambling because when you join this cult, it's not only a sexual cult, it is a gambling. And you know you are a loser because there's no way there's God. He promised you if you go and hate the other neighbors, he will give you a lot of women for sex. You must be stupid. You must be certified idiot. I mean, what kind of God he promised me? I mean, this is what God he do? You open your door, you find a box full of women? Surprise! And they are naked. This is God. This is not the devil, this is God. And then what do you do after that? Allah, he promised you that your penis will never go limp. Never go limp? Yeah, you want the penis go limp, and now it's time to use it. You want to be in the limbo? And then they start talking about morality. Morality. Look who is talking. Eliminating evil. Look who is talking. Let us see this hadith. We cannot find it in English. Let's try something else. Yeah, let us show this one. This one will do. This is God, my friend. This is God talking. The God inspired Muhammad. So the God of Islam is going to import women from hell. They are from hell. And why they are imported from hell? Because simply they are so good and boom, boom. They have a skills, brother. They have a long resume. Do you see what it says? Muhammad is swearing, saying, there's no one whom Allah will admit to paradise, but Allah will marry him to 72 wives. This is the lowest reward, by the way. From the Huris, and 72 from his inheritance. 2 from the Huris, and 70 from the inheritance. From the people of hell. So every Muslim, he have a group of people he will inherit. It's as if you are a property, you know. So he will inherit women from hell. All of them, they have desirable front passages. What is the chapter 5 verse number 51 applies only for wage war against Muslims? They quote verse 69 in counter for our argument. Well, there's no Muslim can encounter that argument because that would be stupid of them for a very simple reason. The verse there says, take not Christian and Jews. Doesn't say those who they are fighting you. And the Christian, they were not even fighting Muhammad. So take not Christians and Jews as a friends, for they are friends of each other. So it doesn't talk about those who they are fighting you. Secondly, when a Muslim, he says to you, well, the response to that is a chapter 60, verse number 9. This verse. And I will show you what Muslims themselves they say about it. You will laugh. What this have to do first with the other verse? This one, it says, Allah did not forbid you regard those who did not wage war against you to be good to them. If you read the story, you will find this is a story about the mother of Aisha. She came and she brought a gift for her. The mother of Aisha, she refused to become a Muslim. So Muhammad, in order to accept the money, he said to her, it's okay, you know, they are not fighting us, it's okay, you know, she didn't accept Islam, so okay, you know. She is not even a Christian. She is not even a Jew. She is a pagan. So they fabricate and they lie, and this is not really what it's meant. This is why Muhammad, he says in chapter 9, verse number 29, fight those who don't believe in Allah, not the one who fight you. Muhammad, he sent a letter to the king of the Roman, saying to them in Jerusalem, the ruler, convert or die. Aslam taslam. So how that have to do with this? They are hypocrite liars. And then you should ask him, do the Christian and the Muslims, they have to pay jizya? He say yes. He said to them, everyone? He say yes, everyone. Okay, well, that's mean Islam in war with everybody. Islam, my friend, is in war with anyone. Anyone who don't accept Islam is in war. So when you go to chapter 5 or chapter 9, why we cannot take them as a friends? Simply because they are not believing in Prophet Muhammad. They are enemies. Actually, I will show you a better verse. A clear verse in the Quran saying, you will not find a single Muslim. You will not find a single Muslim being or in love with those who oppose Allah Prophet, not in war with him. Those are your family. Let us see. Let's see who is texting. Okay, we are still waiting for this guy who is supposed to be a Muslim. To text us and join us. All right. Chapter 58. Chapter 58 says, verse number 22. This is the last verse. You will not find one of those who believe in Allah and the last day making friendship with those who oppose Allah and His Messenger. They are opposing Him. That's it. They are not in war. They are opposing. Even if they are their father, their sons, their brothers, their kindred. For such He has written faith in their heart. See, even your family, you cannot be a friend with them. So where is the war? Your son, your brother, your mother, your father, your sister. So my friend, always there is something easy to prove. Isn't it the Bible says, from their fruit you shall know them? So if the Muslim they says, well, we can take you as a friend, so why you invade us? And where in the verses says, take a friend, don't take a friend those who they are fighting you. Can we read the interpretation for the verse? Open the interpretation for them, you will see it says clearly, you cannot take Christians and Jews as friends. I will go. This is Ibn Kathir. Anyone is not embracing Islam, he is in war with Allah. And if you are a fool, they can fool you. But you know, I always say, if a fool like Muhammad can fool you, well, how foolish are you? I mean, this is the most dumb idiot ever in history. The most obvious stupid prophet. Read carefully. Allah forbid His believing servant from having Jews and the Christians as a friend. Suddenly, you see, if somebody is saying to you, they are in war with us, how they can be your friends anyway? I mean, do you see even this, how stupid the answer is? If the Quran is saying that don't take them as friends, that's mean take them as enemies. So who is the one forcing enmity? In chapter 5, verse 14, the Quran says, Allah will spread hatred and enmity between the Christian until the day of judgment. So the verse itself refuting them. Why you don't use your brain? I want to take you as a friend. The verse saying, take not Christian and Jews as friends. But if we are enemy, we will not take you as a friend. Do you know what I mean? How we are in war, and I want to take you as a friend. So this is not about people in war. This is about people who are in peace. A Christian, a Jew, he want to be a friend to you. You are forbidden. However, in chapter 3, verse number 28, it says, you can take them as a friends as long you don't mean to do so, which means you are lying, speaking to them in a friendly way, but your heart dislike that. Who said that? This is their books. Who said that? This is their scholars. Who said that? This is the cousin of Muhammad. It says here, the one who take the disbelievers, the Jews, for their friend, so as for the become might and honor, like if you make an honor, real friendship, in the preference to believers, The one who do take them as a friend, and he is sincere in that friendship, the one who do that, seeking might and honor by taking the non-believers, they call us hypocrites, imagine, and the disbelievers as a friends, he has no connection with Allah, he has no honor, mercy, or protection from Allah. But what happened? He just took a friend, he's a Christian. Yes, the second you take a Christian as a friend, you are not a Muslim. So what we see today, you know, Muslims, they joined the Congress in USA, they died. You see that congresswoman with her name from Somalia, she danced with a homosexual. All of this is to betray the system, taqiyya. This is the verse about taqiyya. It says here, إن تتقوا منهم تقات. So you do taqiyya. Taqiyya mean, read carefully, guard yourself against them, save yourself from them, taking as it were security, taqiyya, saving yourself from them by speaking in a friendly way toward them while your heart is like this. You see it? My friend, we don't care if Muhammad was illiterate or he was not illiterate. Muhammad was an idiot in either way. Who care? All right, we have an ex-Muslim. You want to ask questions, so we'll take him. Hello?
Hello, Stevie. How are you?
Hey, Muhammad, how are you, my friend?
Good, I'm good. I actually have a question for you, if you
All right.
don't mind. Okay, so here's something. Whenever I try to talk to one of my relatives, namely my brother, about some of the points you bring, right? Like Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah number 90, يا أيها الذين آمنوا إنما الخمر, right?
Okay.
So I can mention that, okay, go to Asbab al-Nuzul, this book, and read this, right? And then they gonna tell me one of multiple things. So one of them is in the same Asbab al-Nuzul, it mentions other reasons, right? So there's like 4 different reasons, and the funny thing is that they are contradictory. So we don't know which is read and which is not. So they might always say, okay, why did you pick up that one?
Don't take it. You know, we can go to different interpretation. As an example, we can go to Al-Baghawi, you know, where Ibn Kathir, he quoted. We can go to Ibn Kathir, we can go to Al-Qurtubi, we can go to, take a Jalal, you know, we are just taking their books randomly. All of them are stupid. All their books is stupid books, you know. If you go, you see like in Arabic, it's different from what you see in English. And you speak Arabic, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I go right now, me and you, in Arabic, this is not Asbab al-Nuzul. I'm not showing Asbab al-Nuzul. This is Al-Qurtubi here. If they don't like Al-Qurtubi, we can go to a different book. What Al-Qurtubi is saying, the following, and I'm going to show on the screen so you can see.
Yeah, it might take a couple of seconds, but go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. It says here, when a group of Muslims, they were praying, they got drunk, and you know, they messed up reading the verses, and they were falling apart. So it's here. Let's see where it will start. Let's go from the top. Actually, in this page, show you all. This is As-Sadi. As-Sadi here it says. Actually, As-Sadi don't say anything. Just stupid explanation. Let us see other one. Al-Wasiyat al-Tantawi. Speaking about why khamr, what is bad with it, etc. See here. Yeah, says here that Umar, when he was reading the Umar al-Khattab, he said, Allahumma bayyin lana fil khamri bayanan shafiya. As you see, this is another problem here in Islam, because Umar al-Khattab is the reason for verses to come. You remember the hijab? Umar the one who make it. The Kaaba, praying to the Kaaba, Umar the one who make it. The divorce about Muhammad wives, you know, sagat aymanahuma, Umar behind to make it. And this one here says that Umar al-Khattab, he asked Allah, saying, Allahumma bayyin lana al-khamra bayanan shafiya. So Allah sent the verse, not Muhammad. It's not Muhammad who asked for it. And then he says, and this is the opinion of the Kashaf, and some of the scholars, they agree with him. And then he continues saying, it says here that a group of Muslims, Abdul Rahman ibn Auf, he invited some Muslims, and they start drinking and get drunk, and then some of them, they stood up to pray, and then when they start reading the prayer of Al-Kafirun, they, you know, like they messed up the chapter and they were reading it not right, and they were drunk. And then when they get drunk too, they were saying, like, you know, like what the Arab they do when they proud about themselves, they make poetry, and they start accusing each other and they're fighting each other. And then here it says, one of them, he took the bones of the camel, as the one we show you. It says, and he hit him with it. And then he went to the Prophet of Allah, and he gave him the verse which Allah he sent to him. And this is when Umar, he says, Allahumma bayyin lana fil khamr bayanan shafiya. So after the guy, he hit the other guy, because all of them are drunk, Umar, he made a prayer saying, may Allah send us a verse about wine. And then the verse came. So if not the fight happened, if not Umar, he asked for it, no verse will come. And this is not Asbab al-Nuzul. This is you know, Muslim interpretation, sheikhs, they're scholars. This is Al-Qurtubi, same story, you know.
So there's actually, and I like talking to you, but I also understand there's the other caller might call any moment.
It's okay, you know, nobody's calling for now. But I mean, do you see? This is not our problem. And yeah, where the verse, my friend? Where the verse saying it's even forbidden?
But notice something, and this is the point. Like I don't. It's not a hill I'm wanting to die on. I'm just mentioning it. But if you think about it, there's so many different stories. Like I'm looking at the screen, and you keep going and going, and that's only one tafsir and one book. And every one mentioned the story a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
So this, like you know, the term Chinese whispers. It's basically when people in a circle, you whisper to your friend, you tell him like a sentence, it goes all around. And at the end, you listen to it, it's totally different story.
You see, the same verse, there's a million, like now here, I'm reading a different story here. It says that this is about Mu'az ibn Jabal. He was reciting the Quran, and this is the one Muhammad, he said when he died, the throne of Allah was shaking, you know. So this guy was a drunk too, and they missed the chapter of Al-Kafirun, they missed it up. So you see, it doesn't matter what the reason. This is the end of Islam. Muhammad here is dying. This is the end of the life of Muhammad. Chapter 5 is chapter number 112.
But CP, the thing is, and here's like whenever I press someone, I always get this thing. Well, it's weak hadith. You show it, it's hadith sahih. You tell it it's weak. But regardless, they always go back and tell you, we accept the following. We accept the Quran. We accept the...
No problem. If you accept the Quran, there's not a single verse in the Quran saying it's forbidden to drink alcohol. Show me. This verse, it says, you speak Arabic, they speak Arabic, says, it says, ijtanibu.
Actually, I argued exactly for that because, like, when they don't want, like, someone could argue that when you say it's too bad, it's something from the devil, don't even come clear to it. That means hey, it's so bad.
No, my friend. Okay, there's many things from the devil. Isn't it lying from the devil? But Muslim, there's no punishment for lying. Islam actually encourages you to lie. What you see? Like there's million things. There's million things.
Everything
is bad.
Muslim doesn't lie.
Yeah, but what is the punishment? What is the punishment in the Quran? What is the punishment in the Quran?
Yeah, but CP, they take, and I'm sure I was talking over you. They say we take the Quran and we take the Hadith in the 6 books.
No problem. Okay, let's take the Quran. So how Allah, Allah the same God? Hold on, just wait with me. How Allah the same God is praising the alcohol in different verse in the chapter of An-Nahl?
Yeah, for me, I understand it's total nonsense, but for them, they can spin it in some ways. I still believe it's nonsense. But I'm saying if you go to the Hadith, they accept. They'll probably find that there's a Hadith that says anyone who says alcohol, anyone who touches the alcohol, anyone who serves the alcohol, anyone who prepares the alcohol, they are cursed or something like that.
Okay, was Muhammad cursed? Because Muhammad, he prepared alcohol, he drank alcohol, and all of them, they drink alcohol. As we see, Mu'az ibn Jabal,
I think he was mentally ill, but like I'm saying, in their belief, right? Like what I'm trying to do is, a lot of Muslims rely on someone to come and set them up, like the smart, the person is so unimportant, Sheikh Osman. Yeah. And he's a donkey, right? And he doesn't know shit, like anything. Sorry. But they always come back and say, look, there's a hadith that says...
No problem, you see, even if there's hadith, even if there's a hadith, you see, you can save yourself by the hadith. But then Islam is not religion, but the Quran itself.
But I'm saying, my question is, for the...
I'm advising you, I will listen to me. When a Muslim, he go in the, he try to take you to a corner. In fact, he is cornering himself. So when he says to you, there's a hadith, then you should say to him, so there is no verse in the Quran saying there's a punishment for this because it is a sin. So as long as the punishment is not in the Quran, what is my guarantee that this hadith is even true hadith? It's a hadith. If Allah, he send orders, the order should be in the Quran. Should not be in the hadith.
I agree with you, but for them, I think you know that for them it's Quran and hadith.
No, my friend, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no. I know that Islam actually does not exist without the hadith. But I'm saying Islam is a stupid religion, because if you claim that the Quran is a book and perfect from God, well, the perfect God book doesn't work by itself. In the same time, if we take the hadith, the hadith says, and this is a hadith, this is sahih. Muhammad, he says, anyone who write down anything except what I say, except the Quran, you should erase it. And this is hadith too. And this is sahih. This is sahih Muslim. So Muhammad, he says, لا تكتبوا عني ومن كتب عني غير القرآن فليمحه. So don't write anything from me except the Quran. If you write anything beside the Quran, erase it. Okay. So now, if we follow what Muhammad said, they said to you, we follow the hadith, right? Well, this is the hadith saying we should erase the hadith.
Yeah.
So here actually, this is a proof to us that Islam is not a religion, because if the book, I am a Christian, do I need to go and read a book written by somebody, about Jesus to understand what Jesus ordered me to do? No, I will go and see what Jesus said,
But CP, but the truth, the unfortunate truth is, what usually they believe is that they are weak at religion, and if they read more, they would come with answers. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to corner them. So if they tell me, well, we accept the 6 books of Hadith, I can show them stuff from there. And if they tell me, well, it's weak, I will force them to give me a clear method how they accept that.
This is Sahih Muslim in front of us now. How this can be weak? Sahih Muslim is weak.
But don't they say in Sahih Bukhari there are weak hadith?
There's no weak hadith. This is a lie. You see, even like Sahih Bukhari, because there are a lot of embarrassment, they're trying to get rid of it, so they say it's weak, but it's called Sahih Bukhari for a reason. You see, Sahih Bukhari is not even named Sahih al-Bukhari by al-Bukhari. Al-Bukhari himself, he does not write a book. This is the Muslim Sunni project. They collected everything al-Bukhari he said, and they called the book Sahih al-Bukhari. There's no book it's called Sahih al-Bukhari. It does not exist. There's no book it's called Sahih Muslim. It's not even exist. They don't have a copy. I changed any Muslim to show me original copy of al-Bukhari. Even they themselves, they say, well, this is according to the student of al-Bukhari. He reported hadith, etc., etc. So they made a collection, they call it Sahih al-Bukhari. And it's called Sahih al-Bukhari because they study it very well. And every hadith inside it is Sahih. So this is a book. This is why it's called the highest books. Why? Because it's called in purpose Sahih. It was not a name. It was given the title of authentic because this is a collection of authentic only. You know what I'm saying?
I understand, but what happens?
I know what will happen, my friend. If somebody he will argue. If somebody wanted to listen, it's up to him. It's okay, no problem. You remember the two Arab? There is two Arab. They were hunting. One of them, the first one, he says to him, "Do you see that goat? I'm going to shoot the goat." He said, the other one, he says to him, "Well, this is not a goat, this is an eagle." The other one, the first one, he says, "No, this is a goat." The other one, he says, "Okay, let us shoot. And if it's a fly, then it's an eagle, it's a bird. If it doesn't fly, it's a goat." The guy, he took the gun and he shot. And it did fly. So the second guy said, "See, it is not a goat, it's a bird." The first guy, he said to him, "You know what? It's a goat, even if it doesn't fly."
And you must have grown up in the same time and
don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. When somebody, you know, you are talking to somebody, he believed that the goat doesn't fly.
Honestly, there are people who are honest.
If they are honest, they will not play the game of the goat and the bird. You know,
They are not. So, but for them, again, they have criteria. So they tell you, well, we believe in this, right? And we believe Quran and these books of Hadith.
Okay, no problem. But so
just give me 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute, I promise.
Okay.
But then you go to Bab al-Nuzul al-Wahidi, we are using, and you show him, look, they were drinking by the barrel, and this happened. And they will tell you, okay, well, show me this in Sahih, in these 6 books, right? Is there a way to find it in these 6 books?
You know, I don't know really if this hadith will be exist in the in those 6 books. I did not really search for it, but I can check it out. But it doesn't matter. You see, at the end of the day, why even this book exist, and why they put it in their library, and why they teach it in school if it's not valid? And you know, and why the interpretation, all of them, they agree with it.
And if you 100 years ago you asked for the best Islamic books, they would give you these books, right?
Exactly today. And actually even today, you know, the one who reject today is those who, you know, let us say they became more educated, and they don't want to accept the reality that Islam is really stupid, you know. That's all. And actually even the verse itself is a contradiction, because if the alcohol is from the work of shaitan, right? So how alcohol will be in heaven? And how alcohol in chapter 16 is a miracle of Allah. If they say the alcohol of this earth is from shaitan, will the same book praising the alcohol to be great as a sign from Allah in verse number 67, chapter 16. So if the alcohol is from the act of shaitan, how in the world, chapter 16, this is Quran now, this is not hadith, how in the Quran says that this is a sign from Allah?
So what is role when it says you have like alcohol without the goal?
Without what?
غول لا غول فيها ولا.
Yeah, it's simply, it's like they will not even fight about it. They will not go crazy. But it doesn't matter. It's alcohol. It says khamr. Anharu khamr, not only khamr, anhar, rivers of wine. Wine is wine, doesn't matter. If you promise you will get drunk, who care? Still, it's a wine. So if the wine is from the act of shaitan, then Allah is importing wine to his heaven. Why? Same time, if wine is in the earth, isn't from the act of shaitan, then chapter 16, verse number 67, claiming that making people get drunk is a goodly provision, and it is a sign for those who have wisdom, not for the fool. It's a sign, and it says here the word goodly and goodly provision. So how the other verse says this is from shaitan, and this verse saying this is goodly provision?
Well, I think the Muslims, they say this is the third step.
Doesn't matter. You see, it's a third step. That means Allah is deceiving them. Because if Allah, he praised alcohol today, condemn alcohol tomorrow, that means Allah is a liar. Because alcohol is alcohol. Nothing changed. So what step? You know, you do not need to praise it to go in a step. You should actually do the opposite. You should slowly tell them it's not good, it's not right. But as you see, it says goodly.
I once heard someone, I don't want to say name, but he said that the goodly stuff, it's the stuff that is used in anesthesia, where like they give it to you before the surgery. So like you hear people come up with all different stuff to justify things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how to deal with these people.
Well, bring them to me and let me deal with them. All right, my friend?
Okay, my friend.
Right, take care.
I'll see to that. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yeah, our friend here, by the way, those who do not know, he left Islam talking to us, right? Talking here in the program. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Actually, it would
I'm
have
sorry.
made my journey faster, to be honest.
Can you remind us? Can you remind us about yourself a little bit before you go?
I'm originally from Syria. I don't live there anymore.
Okay.
I was like really devoted when I was a kid, because originally I was born in Saudi Arabia. I lived first 10 years there. You know, there's a big impression on you. I was totally in it, you know, like totally.
Yeah, because all the school is just Islam. You know, there's five books they teach you. You know,
it's wicked. Yeah, it's
even the class for mathematics is about Islam. Not a joke.
It was like, for I don't know if they still do these things, but there was a prayer, a Dhuhr prayer. You do it inside the school.
There's no school in the Saudi Arabia anyway. It's a brainwash manufacturer. I don't know now, you know, how it is now, but what I know about it, it is a joke. It's not really, it's not a school, because you have 5 out of 7 teaching a class about Islam. So where is the school? What you learn there? You know?
Well, the 5 thing is, I think when you are at what do you call it, senior year in high school, and then you have 5 subjects about Islam.
Yeah.
Right. But I also remember that honestly, it was very easy. You could easily be like successful studying there. Anyhow, long story short, then when I became 10, my parents came back home. I was really religious. My father is like a religious person. So growing up, I always had like a lot of, what do you call it, doubts, so to speak, and contradicting stuff, you know, and I can't answer it. And it was really hard because now I know a lot of people gonna say, he's not really Muslim, it's not this, but okay, if you grew up where I grew up, that's what they used to teach us. And what I would argue that that view is correct, because any view is correct when you have something this vague as religion. Anyhow, to keep it short, it was really like religious. I couldn't question my religion. That was the hardest thing, because I used to believe that the devil was communicating with me and trying to make me leave Islam. And think the most defining like point in my journey, which lasted for years, because I was mostly because I was afraid to tackle it. But what happened is when I reached the conclusion that I should seek a truth wherever it is, I was no longer afraid to question and ask these questions.
Very good. Well, good for you. We are happy.
Once that happens, you can't stop, you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, glad to have you, my friend, and feel free to bring your friends if they like to call us and join us. So let us see how they can resist and they can convince us to be wrong. Thank you very much for calling. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Yeah, actually, in Saudi Arabia, this is why Saudi Arabia is the manufacturer of terrorism. If you go actually to the Islamic, the government official website of Saudi Arabia, this is there. This is for the first elementary. The first one here says Riyadiyat, which means mathematics. Here it says science. Then it says Arabic. And then here it says English. And this is new, by the way. But in the old, long time ago, English does not exist. There's no English but English, you know. And yeah, and now there's a computer. But look, this is tafsir. This is tafsir. The subject, tafsir. The second subject, hadith. The third subject is ijtimaiyat, which means society. It's about Islam too. The eighth subject is tawheed. The eighth subject too is tahfiz, which means reciting Quran. The sixth subject is Quran. The fifth subject is family. It's about Islam too. The fourth subject is fiqh, which means about the Islamic law, etc. Like what's right, what's wrong. The third subject is studying Islam. The first subject is Quran. So what look at the translation here, it's funny. Make Quran translated as reading. Quran is Quran, not Quran. So Quran, Islamic study, recitation study, Holy Quran study, memorization of the Quran study, monotheism study, social study of Islam. You know, I mean, this is why those who study in Saudi Arabia, if you study in the government school, your son will be really something. He will learn nothing. He will spend the day learning how to pray, how to clean his nose, and how to spit, in which direction, and how to wipe his nose if he have a booger. Someone saying, okay, no. Let us see this person.
Hello.
Yes, my friend.
Hey, CP, how are you?
I'm fine. So you are a Muslim, you said?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I am a Lebanese-born Christian, but Arabic is my first language.
Okay. So how we can help you?
Yeah, I really appreciate what you're doing. If there's a proof for the action of the Holy Spirit on somebody's tongue, that would be yours, my friend. So
Well,
kudos to you.
I'm doing nothing. I'm doing just little. Anything I can help? Anything I can help you with?
I have it. Yeah. So in my research, I have something that I came across that I can't find an answer for, and I don't think I've heard you talk about. That is what they call is al-huruf al-muqatta'a at the beginnings of the surahs, which they don't have.
If you have my book, you can have it.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, all right.
I'll get it.
Okay.
Fantastic.
No, and we made videos before about it too.
You did? Great. Yeah, one of the main ones was at the beginning of the Surah of Mary, Kahayas, was like something that.
Yeah. We made those Muhammad the fool. He was stealing them from obviously some book, and he himself do not know what they meant, and the Muslims themselves do not know what it meant. So everybody he start guessing what it does mean, But if you look at it, there's no other way to explain it except that Muhammad was copying the Aramaic style of sending coded messages, Like you are from Lebanon, it says, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There is something called speak Asfuri.
True.
Like they speak the language of the birds. What is the language of the birds? You add letters between the letters, so when somebody is not used to the language, he will not understand the word for what you are saying. So the Aramaic people, they used to use a code, because a Christian, they were discriminated by the Roman, and they kill you. If they find out that you are a Christian, you will be killed immediately, or in the best scenario, they will feed you to the dogs or to their cats. So what they do, they write letters, and those letters, they were coded. So if a Roman soldier, he stopped them, he checked what they have with them, there's nothing. He can understand the word, So Muhammad, obviously, he took those from, I believe, from the book of Waraq ibn Nawfal. And Waraq ibn Nawfal, even the hadith says that Waraq, he used to translate from the gospel into Arabic,
Yeah.
a book.
I was going to ask you, speaking of Waraq ibn Nawfal, what's your take on the book Qis wa Nabi, who was written by a Lebanese
It's a good book because it's make a good compare study. It saves you time to find verses, but there's way more verses than what is written there. Muhammad, he stole from the Bible. But the important for us,
that's in your book.
No, I mean, for me, I speak about certain verses. Like example, when the Quran speak about اقتربت الساعة وانشق القمر. This is a poetry from Amr al-Qais. Muhammad, he took it and he changed it, and he make it. It's coming from his God, but the poetry is there, and it's very well known, very famous. Yeah, that is different style of book. It's a good book. Anyway, my friend, thank you for calling.
Thanks.
Anything else?
That's about it. Thanks
All right,
so much.
thank you very much. Thank you. We are, as you know, we take calls from Muslims, and if you are an ex-Muslim, we can take as an exception. If not, please don't, you can ask us in the chat. Let's see here, we have a Muslim. He called himself Ali. Let's see. Maybe is it online? Maybe this is an older text. Let's see. I think it's an older text. Yeah, this is older text. Do we have any Muhammadan? If you have a sheikh, if you are a sheikh, if you claim to have knowledge, and if you think you can refute us, please feel free. Call us. Anyone? I find it very funny that this guy, he called himself Palestine and he's Pakistani. And he keeps saying when the verses were revealed. Hey, Abdul, when a Muslim, he's saying the verses were revealed, can you tell us how they are revealed? Just to show you how Islam is a mockery of anyone have little brain. When the verses are revealed, when you see the word revealed, you say, wow, the word of Allah was revealed? How? How the Quran was revealed? Shall I show you? Palestine boy, you're a prophet. He used to receive a sound of a bell. Not jungle bells, different one. When the Quran was revealed, that's deep. You shocked us in the heart, brother. And the funny is, Muhammad, he said that the bell is the instrument, the musical instrument of shaitan. It's in front of you. This is sahih. This is all sahih. The musical instrument of shaitan. Even angels will not enter a house which there is a small bell. What about big bell? Do you see how big bell in the church? Big, not small bell. The one you use for your cat, this one will scare the hell of a... Have you ever heard of an angels? They cannot enter a house because of a bell. Why? Are you there? So, you know, those Muslim kids, they come and they say, the verse was revealed, and you think like you are swimming now in a clear water and the ocean is so beautiful. It's a verse. It was revealed. There's angels, there's God, there's a prophet. And then we find that it was revealed to him in the sound of a bell. In the top of that, angels will not even accompany any people who have a bill with them. This is why, you know, Billy Clinton never have angels with him. I mean, his name is Bill. Just imagine it. Think about it for a second. So, you're a prophet, he have a phobia, and his God have a phobia, and the angel, they have a weakness to the point a little bell can destroy them. And then we find that Muhammad himself, he received his inspiration in a sound of a bell. Read it. And this is Sahih al-Bukhari. Sahih. Abu al-Harith, he said, Ibn Hashim, he asked the prophet, how does the divine inspiration come to you, prophet of Allah? When you see the beginning, divine, look at the word divine. Divine what? Inspiration. That's deep. I mean, we have to admit, all of us, it's a divine, and it is inspiration. What do you want more? Huh? What's wrong with you? You want more proof that the prophet is a prophet? It's a divine. It is inspiration. Okay, how he receive it? This is verse, Bismillah. Okay, this one is Alhamdulillahi Rahmanir Rahim. Okay, this one says time for lunch. Verse revealed, revelation. But you're a prophet, obviously mentally ill. Hear voices, hear sounds are not. What does this have to do with God? And if you're a prophet, you receive inspiration in the sound of a bell. How he translated to Quran? How the Quran became in Arabic? The German are listening. What a stupid religion. This is a religion. This is, you know, and they say to you, you make a mockery. It's a mockery. This is a mockery. So, shaitan musical instrument is the bell. Angels will not accompany. A person have a bell. And then angels sometimes come to me with the voice of a bell. Do we have any brave Muslim? I hope I'm not insulting you, Muslim, when I say brave. Somebody offered Shabir Ali $1,000 per hour to debate me. My friend, give me the $1,000 for me and forget about Shabir Ali. You offer him $1,000 and he is sending me the WhatsApp, the WhatsApp of Shabir Ali. I had offered Shabir 1,000 per hour for a debate. He accepted. After he realized what I have say, he got disappeared. Oh, so he accept, but then he noticed that it's a Christian prince. Okay. All right. They are sending me the text, the chat, and with Shabir. I don't know if this is clear for you to read. I don't know. $1,000 for me. You know, my friend, for $1,000, Muhammad himself will come to debate me. Are you kidding me? I mean, this guy was desperate for little pennies. He married a woman, she is way, way older than him just because of her pennies. Not because of her panties. Do we have any Muhammadan? I should do a business like Muhammad. I marry a very rich woman. She can be very old, and she have no teeth for safety and security. You know, she will not bite me, and she will sleep very early. And you know, I take her flight jet, and I claim that I was meeting with Jibril, and I invite, like, I will hire some beautiful girls to work in the jet, you know, to serve, you know, the jet, not me, you know. Take a note, please. A'udhu billah, a'udhu billah, a'udhu billah. Oh boy. Any Abdul? Do you think Shabir will accept to cry? Accept? Friend, I don't know. I cannot predict who accept, who don't accept. People's heart can change. People, they can switch from worshiping the true God to worship the devil, or vice versa. But this is not, you know, this is not really my concern. You can make your decision. If you are stupid to convert to Islam, you can be. You know, I believe it's a stupid decision to convert to Islam. For a Muslim, I believe it's a smart decision. No problem. But anyone have little brain, he should ask himself a very little question. This God Allah, which Muslim never saw, never met, they never heard his voice. He promised us if we go to heaven, we will have a tree of banana. Tree of banana. We will have a banana, actually. He did not say even the tree. When I, you know, myself, I say to myself, you know, like when I was a kid, reading, as you see, you go to school, everything is Islam, 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 Islam. You know, they flood you, hoping that you will be a banana, you know. You will be a banana, you know, they want to make you a banana. And then, you know, you ask yourself, why does God is mentioning banana? What exactly the reason? The reason very simple. Anything people they wish to have in Saudi Arabia, which means something they don't really have, or let us say they consider it as a must to have. It's mentioned in the Quran. As an example, the Arab, they sleep in the floor. Until now, actually, but when they sleep in the floor. Muhammad, he promised them beds. Raised bed, not just beds. Why? Because those are something they don't have. Beds. We will have beds. A lot of water, a lot of greenery. Why? Because they are people of the desert. The God, he promised them shade in heaven. There's no heat, there's no cold, because they suffer from both. They suffer from extreme cold at night, and I don't know if you've been in the desert before or in Saudi Arabia, and extreme heat in the daytime. And then we find this God, he promised even by fruits, like the fig or olive. You ask yourself, why the God, he swear by a fruit? When I say swear, I mean swear. He swear. He take an oath. Why he want to do that? Isn't it the most silly act of God to swear by fig? To swear by olive? And then he swear by the Mount of Sinai. Muhammad, he heard in the Mount of Sinai there is fig trees, there is olive trees. And then you will see that the verse after it have nothing to do with the verse before it. The Mount of Sinai and this city made secure. What does city have to do? This is why you see when there's, I don't know if you saw some videos, documentaries. In their documentary study, they say that the city of Mecca is not really where Muhammad was, exist. It was in Jordan. I don't know if you saw this documentary. I forgot the name of the geologist who did this study. So he did some study, geology, etc., whatever, and history, and he come with this conclusion. And this verse will make you think about it this way, because what the Mount of Sinai and what the city, which is the city of Muhammad, have to do with each other, and what is the connection, and how we jump from here to there. And then he speak about how he created the man. What does this have to do with the previous verse? What the fig and the olive have to do with God anyway? You swear by them. Swear. You know, always you swear by something higher than you. Like I swear by God. Or you swear by something so dear to you, like you swear by your son. We as a Christian, by the way, we should not swear at all. So you can swear, I swear by, like for me, I don't know, I have nothing dear to me. Let us see. What is dear to me? I swear by Muhammad, this is the most dear person to me. Yeah, it make like a rap music. والتين والزيتون وطور سنين وهذا البلد الأمين. But then he could not continue. He broke the word, and he ended with تقويم. تقويم is not the same as أمين. Then he says ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين. This is stupid. There's no meaning. It's useless. Useless. What the religion of Islam have to do with fig? Then who can give you the lie after this about this judgment? What is the judgment? Garbage and garbage. Banana. The banana religion. Your penis will be a banana. Endless banana. The God who promised you banana. Have you ever heard of a God he promised you a bracelet? And he forget one verse he says breast from gold, and the other verse says breast from silver. And why we are going to wear bracelet in heaven? What you see, people who wear those bracelet, usually they want to show their luxury. You know what I mean? They are rich. But we are in heaven. What we will show, if everybody wearing bracelets, what's the point? And why do you want to wear a bracelet anyway? So here it says that you will be wearing, will be given to them therein a bracelet of gold, and they shall wear green robes of fine silk. The fact, it doesn't say just silk. It says silk made in Iran, stabrak. The stabrak is like Gucci at that time, like the most expensive silk. This is natural silk of the rich, rich, rich people. So this God, imagine if he is making Quran now, he will promise you what is the most expensive. I'm not expert, but I heard about Gucci. I never had Gucci before, you know. I try to catch Gucci, Gucci go. I don't know why. So what's tabrak? And then you will be reclining in the top of your couches. What the heck is that? This is heaven? What do you mean, why not? Why you want to buy those expensive clothes? Go to Walmart, get the jeans for $14 and that's it. Do you think anyone care really what you are wearing? And if there's somebody care really what are you wearing, that's mean he don't care for you. Why? I'm the last one who to spend money over, you know, expensive clothes. It's a silly act. Actually, they are fooling you. When you spend too much money, even if you are rich, the person who is making you spend that money, he is fooling you. Because it's not worth it. I mean, the bag cost $14,000. Why? $14,000 for a bag, for a purse? If I'm married and my wife should buy one, I will send her free shipping and handling to Allah with the bag. So anyway, but you know, this is mean. Islam is speaking to your greed. You know, is Muhammad trying to make you a greedy person who is dreaming about gold and silver and bracelet and silk? I mean, we are in heaven. What is that? Who care for silk in heaven? Is that what heaven is about? We're in silk. So if I buy silk here now, it's fine. Can you believe how stupid this religion is? Let's see. Until now, we did not get any Muslim to text us. Do you see how brave they are? Yeah. The funny is that the Muslim, they say, one of you will send me email saying, the Muslim, they claim that when they speak to Christian prince, if a person, he got Christian prince busted, he hang up on him. That's it. You know, listen, if this is true, even that will work for your benefit. You can record it and you can show people how run away from you. So this is a false excuse. I hang up on people. They are kids. They are stupid. They are insulting. They are just wasting our time. I have to repeat the question 1,000 times to make them answer the question. And at the end, they don't answer. So I hang up on them. Do you remember what happened last time with this guy, Ultimate Fart? I have to hang up on him. He's stupid. He's very insulting. He's very rude. I challenge you to show me where that says in the Quran, obey the Prophet, you are a liar. I got you. I said, Abdul, it's in front of you. It's in front of your eyes. Where in the Quran it says, no, in the Quran it says, obey Allah and the Messenger. That doesn't make any difference. So what if I show it to you? It says, obey the Messenger and obey Allah. So if we put them first or second, it will make a difference. Okay, we can show it to you. Any Muhammadan? Any Muslim? Anyone want to help us to kiss the black stone and receive salvation? The only religion, if you kiss a black stone in it, your sin is erased. It's called Islam. And yet they accuse everybody that they are not pagan. And we are the pagan. Do you remember the conversation I have in the chat with the Muslim website? I said to the guy in the chat, oh, by the way, why the prophet he kissed the black stone? Took him 5 minutes to answer, and he said because it's holy. And I said, okay, and why it's holy? Took him 5 minutes to answer, and he said because the prophet kissed it. I mean, look at the genius answers. Why the prophet kissed the black stone? Because it's holy. Okay, why it's holy? Because the prophet kissed it. Anyone can come with better answer from the black stone kissers? And then we find that the black stone, if you touch it, it will erase your sin. This is why I have sin. I have no sin. I touch a lot of black stones. Man, I used to do a lot of hiking. I spent the day hiking. Once I was hiking, and right away there was a snake in front of me. I took a hike right away when I saw it. Like imagine you are hiking, now you have your hand up, you put your hand in the rock, and you want to get your head up, and then boing, a snake head coming. I took a hike and fell down. I jumped right away. Oh boy. And by the way, the Muslims, when they die, they will see a snake which is bald. A bald snake, brother, in the grave. Who remember the video? Guys, did you download the video? Remember the guy from Pakistan? The one who speak about the punishment of the grave and the snakes in the grave? Remember? You should watch this video. You will die laughing. So what, we have no Muslims left? What happened to the Muslims? Jesus is not in the Torah at all, just like Muhammad was not in it. Abdul, I don't know, you are looking at a smart idiot. Well, isn't it the Torah speak about, or let's say the David? Isn't it David? And let me show you here the conversation. The Messiah, he said to the Jews, you are saying Jesus is not right? Okay. The Messiah, he said to the Jews, what do you say of Christ? Christ, he said, what are you saying about the Messiah? Whose son is he? They were saying to him, he is son of David. He said to them, and how did David by the Spirit call him the Lord Jehovah? For he said, the Lord Jehovah said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I place your enemy under your feet. If therefore David called him the Lord Jehovah, how is he his son? And no man could give him an answer. So when this guy, he says, Jesus does not exist in the Torah, bad news to you. The Jews until now, they are waiting for the Messiah. So if the Messiah does not exist in the Torah, because the Messiah is Jesus. If you say, no, he's not, well, this is your problem. Don't get married, okay? Your wife, she will exchange you for Gucci. Anything from Gucci. She will go to Gucci, she said, give me a shoe, I will give you my husband. They will say, we don't take, you know, we don't take useless stuff. You have to take us something valuable. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyone? I don't want you to love me, my friend. Love yourself first. Save yourself. You will go to hell if you don't believe in Christ. And if you say that in the Torah or in the Old Testament there is nothing about Christ, this is because you are deceiving yourself. All the books is about the coming of Christ. So you are just fooling yourself. Do we have any Muslim? Any Muhammadan? CP is anti-Gucci. No, I'm not anti-Gucci. If you give it to me for free, I will take it. Trust me, I will take it, no problem. But I will try to sell it again, you know, because it's a waste of money. A lot of money for what? What I will do with it? You know? What the difference between a pant you wear for $10 and the other one will cost you $1,000? Who care? See, people who they see themselves with the clothing, they have nothing except the clothing or the money. So if I see myself only exist if I'm wearing expensive clothing, nice perfume, jewels, jewelry, driving expensive car, that's mean I have no life. Actually, I don't have a, you know, I like to have a nice house, like in front of a view of a mountain. I will love that. That is worth it. A nice balcony in the beach, that's wonderful. Save your money for something useful. So one day you grow old and you enjoy your life, reading books, enjoying the view, something useful, a piece of a cloth. What you will do with it? You wear it once, twice. You are throwing money in the garbage. Sadhguru, he don't like Gucci. Yeah, but he spent his summer in USA. You know, he's very humble. Sadhguru, he is very humble. So he fly in the most expensive seat, and he go to the most expensive hotel, and he own a very nice villa. But brother, he didn't wear Gucci because Gucci didn't make Indian clothes. I mean, all those who speak about how humble they are, they live in the most expensive houses. They have the most fancy life, and they claim that they are humble. For me, I don't mind to have a big villa. Give me a big villa, I will take it. Why not? Nice garden. I don't like swimming pool, by the way. I hate them. Why want to swim in a swimming pool? Swimming pool is a stupid thing, actually. I wonder if you were born a Muslim. No, my friend. I was smart since my childhood. Call yourself a Muslim prince and make a channel to attack Christianity. I wonder if you were born a Muslim, would you call yourself a Muslim prince and attack Christianity? Anwar, that's very deep, my friend. You know what, Anwar? I think I'm going to make you admin from now on when I am not live on air. So from now on, you are admin when there's no chat. That's it. I hired you. Look, guys, look what Anwar, he was thinking, sitting in his chair. You know, there's some people, they are deep thinkers. You cannot deny that. I mean, they think really deep. So Anwar, he was squeezing it. I mean, don't take me wrong. He squeezed something good. So I wonder how, I wonder why, if you were born a Muslim, you are going to attack the fly? What the heck is that? Brother, you know, in Christianity, they don't promise you endless penis, my friend. If Christianity promised endless penis, I would do. They don't promise me a woman, her ass is 1 mile. That's scary, scaring the hell of me. I mean, women with a small ass scare the hell of you. Imagine 1 mile. What if she fought in your face? And you are smoking a cigarette. Don't you know that farting is a flammable? Man. Oh, Lord have mercy. In order to attack Christianity, you have to give me a reason. Jesus says, love your enemy. Bless those who curse you. How I can complain about that? But anyway, keep thinking, keep thinking. You know, you are the kind who keep thinking about the flight to the point you miss it. You know, just sit in the chair in the airport and think about your flight. Do we have any smart Muslim? We have somebody. Hello? 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 Yes, my friend. Are you a Muslim? Do you have any smart Muslim?
Yes, you remember me? We spoke before.
Well, I hard to remember. I did not check your chat. Did we chat too? Yeah, I see you called me before. Okay. Yeah, okay. You called me last time in May 27, Friday 2022, correct?
What? Yes.
Okay. So how I can help you, my friend?
I just, if it's okay, I pray to you.
You want to pray to me?
No, I mean I pray for you.
You pray for me, but you are a Muslim.
Yes, I believe.
But isn't it the Quran? Isn't it the Quran forbid you from praying to the Christians?
No, in the Quran it says in Surah Al-Ma'idah 69. See, indeed, the believers, the Jews, Sabians, and Christians, whoever truly believes in Allah and the last day does good, there will be no fear for them, nor they will grieve. That means those Christians who truly follow their prophet. I mean, at the time of the prophet, that means the Christians who follow Jesus truly. Then they'll
okay. Well, so you can pray for the one who follows Jesus truly, right?
Sorry, what's that?
The one who followed Jesus truly.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, according to the Islam, I don't follow Jesus truly.
According to... Oh, yes, correct.
So you are fooling yourself. Then you cannot pray for me. And you know, my friend, instead of saying I will pray for you, are you going to heaven yourself?
Inshallah.
You just said inshallah.
Yes, inshallah.
What does that mean?
I mean, we strive for the best to enter paradise.
You pray for the best to enter. So Islam, it doesn't guarantee you that you will go to heaven?
Where it says that all Muslims will go to heaven.
Well, what I know, the Quran says that all of you will go to hell. What do you think?
You mean for Muslims?
Yeah, Muslims. Chapter 19, verse number 71.
No,
it says all of you will enter hell.
I think that will be those sinners.
Will be what?
The sinners. I mean, if they're Muslims, but then if they sin.
No, my friend, the verse says, وَمَا مِنْكُمُ إِلَّا وَارِدُهَا. Not a single one of you, but he shall enter hell. Do you have my screen open? Look at my screen.
So what verse is that?
I will show you the screen. All right. Can you read? I will zoom out for you so you can read it. Chapter 19, verse number 71. And this is the interpretation of your prophet cousin. not a single you, but he will enter hell, in the exclusion of the messengers. And this is the Muslim interpretation, but the Quran doesn't say that, by the way. It says, وَأَنِ مِنْكُمْ وَإِلَّا وَرِدُهَا. Not a single one of you, but he shall enter hell.
I have to look into the.
We are looking. What do you mean you have to look? What are we doing now?
No, I mean I have to look at the tafsir.
We are looking. This is tafsir. I mean, you said to me you want to look to tafsir. I'm sure tafsir. You want to change tafsir? I can change tafsir. This is tafsir al-Jalalain. If you don't like this one, here it says, not but shall come to it, that but shall enter hell. There is not one of you, but shall come to it, that is but shall enter hell. So my friend, the Quran promises you, you will enter hell.
I have to research it. I haven't.
My friend, what's wrong with you? I have to. I'm just showing you. This is the official Islamic website of the Kingdom of Jordan. It says 2021 Royal Ahlul Bayt Institute of Islamic Thought, Amman, Jordan. This is official government website. This is the book of Al-Jalalain. This is the Quran. This is chapter 19, verse number 71. And you keep saying to me, I have to search it. Search what? I just show it to you on the screen.
I have to.
So the poor you are being nice. You said you want to pray for me. In fact, I need to pray for you, my friend. You are going to go to hell. By the way, as long as you are going to hell, can I send a letter with you to Muhammad?
Send a what, sorry?
Can I send a letter with you to Muhammad?
A letter?
Yeah.
What letter?
You got busted.
Busted for?
Just 2 words. A letter from me to Muhammad. You go to his room in the hell. You said to him, Christian Prince, he says to you, you got busted. That's it. Because you're going to hell, you guarantee. I mean, all of you. Mimi, Hijab, all this, this gang. All of you, Aisha, Hafsa, Omar, you will find the whole group there playing cards. Tell them all, Christian Prince says to you, you got busted.
It says in 71 there is there is not one of you, but will pass over it.
Not pass over it. This is false. It says waridaha. My friend, they lie to you in translation. Wariduha. You go to dictionary. ورد الشيء قد أتاه وشرب منه. واردها. ورد الماء شرب من الماء. He came to the water, he drank from it. So you have to go in it. It's not pass over it. That's a lie. If it's pass over it, why they are saying this? Those are scholars. Those are not a joke. This Ibn Abbas is the cousin of your prophet. Don't Ibn Abbas know what wariduha mean? They are fooling you. You are from Indonesia, right?
No.
No? Okay. I am from Indonesia, by the way. I used to be Indonesian for 3 years. And then I became Japanese. And then I became a black, blonde African-American from Japan. And now I do not know what I am from, because, I used to kiss stones. And then I married a woman, her name is Khadija, and she drove me crazy. So what do you think? You want to pray for me what? So this God will make my penis endless? Is that a good prayer? I mean, no, imagine, my friend, imagine you are a person, Mr. Hadi, your name is Hadi. So imagine, Hadi, you are here now. I don't know, you are not here. I mean, here, there, wherever you are. No, your penis go in the Amazon jungle. And there they have a fish. She eat anything move. I mean, I saw a documentary. I mean, that scared the hell of me, man. You throw anything in the water, even a rock. Those fish, they will go crazy, and she will fight over it. So imagine, you have such an endless penis. May Allah extend it more and more. And then your penis go, by mistake, there's no GPS in the time of the Prophet. Go to the Amazon river. And those fish, brother, They are waiting for you. Your penis will go in the water, and bingo.
What?
Can you imagine what will happen to you?
No.
What do you mean you don't know? I mean, this is your penis, not mine. Just close your eyes and imagine. So you are now promised an endless penis, and this penis going over the sea, down the sea, like a phone cable, you know, like it's endless. And you don't know where it's going. You never stop. You can't stop it because it's endless. If the prophet says endless, it has to be endless. Because if it's a stop, it's not endless no more. That means lying. So imagine your penis go down the river, go up the river. I mean, imagine you pass the customs of China. Unbelievable. You will have like 10,000 stamps over your penis. I mean, I should show you my passport. They start putting stamps over stamps. Now, what the heck is that? So you have now endless penis. This is your passport. You know, they didn't see you even. They don't even see your face yet. They are seeing the penis. So what kind of religion, this religion you are asking me to pray for, you will pray for me. Thank you very much. But all of it is about penis, vagina, asses. What the heck is that? Don't you want to use your brain, my friend?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, use it. Do you think really God will promise you this?
No, okay. It's regards the just now the verse 71.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, and Ibn Kathir said regarding there is none one of you but will pass over it. The messenger of Allah said, then we shall save those who had taqwa. Allah said. And then the two Sahih, no one of the Muslims who had 3 children who are all died will be touched by the hellfire, except for an oath that must be fulfilled.
Okay. Okay. So, you said you are reading Ibn Kathir, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go to Ibn Kathir and see what Ibn Kathir is saying. Okay. You see, just to show you that Ibn Kathir, when Muslims they say Ibn Kathir, well, there is somebody lying here. I'm not saying you are lying. Which website you are using? This website? The one in front of me on the screen?
No, not this one.
Which one?
The Q Tafsir.
Okay. But Ibn Kathir should be the same, right? I mean, it's, they are. Yeah. This is in the translation. Okay.
But this is
because what you said is not really true. All right. This is Ibn Kathir. If this is what it says there, that means they are lying to you, because I will show you Ibn Kathir in Arabic. It says here, Ibn Jarir reported that Abdullah, he said, concerning Allah's statement, but this is not your prophet, this is Ibn Jarir. We'll continue. Okay. The bridge over the hill, is like a sharp edge of a sword. First group to cross, it will pass like flash of light. Second group will be like wind. Third group will pass like fast horse. Fourth group will pass like fast as cow. Then the rest will pass while the angels will be saying, "Oh Allah, save them. Save them." The narration has supporting narration similar from the Prophet. It says the following. It's not repeating, it's saying the same. But look, here it says, passing over the bridge. Just to show you how they lie in the translation. Do you see anything here it says about Imam Ahmad? Doesn't say anything, right? Nothing. This is Ibn Kathir in Arabic.
Yes.
قال الإمام أحمد حدثنا سليمان بن حرب حدثنا خالد بن سليمان عن كثير بن زياد البرساني عن اوكي بعضنا قال لا يدخلها مؤمن وقال بعضهم يدخلونها جميعا. So some they say nobody will enter it, and some they say all they will enter it. And then Allah will rescue those who they were good you know, in their behavior, let's say. And here it says, and we disagree about the word al-wurud. فقال يردونها جميعا. قال, which means all of them they will enter it. قال سليمان مرة يدخلونها جميعا وهو بأصبعه إلى أذنه. He says, all of them, they will enter it, and he put his finger inside his ear. And then he said, and you are the one who mentioned hadith, and just to show you how they lie in the translation, it says, لا يبقى, he said he heard the Prophet saying, لا يبقى بر ولا فاجر إلا دخلها. Not a good man or a bad one, but he enter it. But it's going to be good for those who they are believers, like what happened to Abraham when he go in hellfire. So they do not agree, you know. And then here it says, from Al-Hasan, etc. It says, Abdul Razak, when this guy, his name is Ibn Rawaha, واضع رأسه في حجر أمته فبكى. So this person, he was putting his head in the lap of his wife, and he started crying. She said to him, "Why you are crying?" He said to her, "Because the Quran says, I heard the Prophet saying, وَإِن مِنكُمْ وَإِلَّا وَرِدُهَا." Not a single one, but he will enter it. Not a single one, but enter it. So as you see, look, the English translation have nothing to do with the Arabic translation. Let me translate for you. I will keep the other page in English. I will use the Arabic one, and I will use Google translation. Actually, let me do this. Hold on. They lie. They love to lie. They love to lie.
But look, all the translation.
Okay, my friend, here we go. No, just wait. It's a false translation. It's a lie translation. Here we go. This is Ibn Kathir in Arabic. This is Ibn Kathir, Tafsir al-Quran al-Azim. And I will use Google translation for you. Tell me where we can find any of those in the English translation. We can't find it. Let me go down. Where we can find this? Where we can find it? It's not in Arabic. It's gone. You will enter hell. All of you will enter hell. And this is the story here about the man. He was crying. He will enter hell. God said to the Pharaoh, you know, people will, enter hell. Okay? But you will see all of this is not even in English one. Where is the English translation we see in front of us? Look how small the page in English. Let me look for the English page. And look how endless this Arabic page. Look, I'm just flipping the same page. I'm just one verse. Now, finally, we reach the end of the page. So here, look what they did. They skip all the verses, all the interpretations saying that you will go inside the hell. And he put the one that says, there's a bridge. And some of you will go fast, which means you will be barbecued anyway. So if you are a very, very, very good Muslim, you will go so fast. If you are so Muslim, you will go slower. If you are not so much, you will go in the speed of a cow. So you will be barbecued. And if you are a bad, then you will go in the fire. If you are a Muslim still, you will go in the fire, and then the angel will say to Allah, please save them, Allah, please save Allah. But the Arabic is so clear, it says clearly, not a single one of you, but he shall enter hell. Not a single one. And there is nowhere it says bridge. Where is the bridge? Where is the word bridge in the verse? No bridge.
Is an explanation in the hadith.
Yeah, but in the Quran it says, وَمَا مِنْكُمْ وَإِلَّا وَرَدُهَا. Not even a single one of you, but he shall enter hell. And as you see, the Arabic one does not match with the English one. The Arabic one is totally different. And the Arabic one confirmed that many, they will go to hell. Actually, all of you will go to hell. But some will get hurt badly, some will hurt less. As simple as that. You know, and at the end of the day, this is the promise of your prophet, right? About you going to hell. But I can promise you will go to hell because simply you don't believe in Jesus. I do not need Muhammad to confirm that. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't even have the name of Christ in your book. Where is the name of Christ?
Isa.
Who's Isa?
Jesus.
No, we never. We are Arabic Christians. We never heard of Isa before. Never. Not a single once.
Even in the Christian Bible, there's no.
Not even in the Christian Bible. There's nothing called Isa. Who's Isa? We have no idea. Where he got his name, we don't know. We don't have Isa.
We still believe in Jesus.
Our friend. You see, if your God is God, he should do what God do. How many times you watch my videos?
Many.
Okay. Did your God, Allah, says women have a sperm?
Woman has a sperm.
Yeah. And you are the one who like the Ibn Kathir in English, right?
Yes.
Okay. Open with the Ibn Kathir. Go to chapter 86.
86. Tariq.
Go down, it says, so let man see what he is created from. Do you see it?
What verse?
You can open from your side if you want. Anyway, here it says that a human being is created from gushing fluid, meaning sexual fluid comes out bursting forth from the man and the woman. Thus the child produced from both of them by the permission of Allah. Due to Allah says, يخرج من بين الصلب والترائب, proceeding from between the backbone and the ribs, meaning the backbone of the man and the ribs of the woman. This is the God you want to take you to heaven?
Sorry. Verse 6 and 7.
Yeah?
I think there's an explanation on this, and then it mentions that the science is correct.
What science is correct? The women, she have a sperm coming from her ribs? Science says women have a sperm?
Yeah, 6 and 7.
This is what science says. Women have a sperm. Since when? I thought the women, she have an egg.
No, verse 6 is he, right?
Huh?
It doesn't mention woman, it's mention he.
It says, aren't you the one who says to me, Ibn Kathir?
Yes.
Okay, this is Ibn Kathir. Do you accept Ibn Kathir or not now?
Yes.
Okay, it says, gushing forth, meaning gushing forth from the backbone of the man and the ribs of the women. It's a sexual fluid. That sexual fluid coming from the ribs of the women is the women's semen, which is referring to her chest. So, if there is anything in science says that women, they have a sexual fluid coming from her chest, and not only her chest, by the way, this is a false translation. The word taraib is the location of the top bone of the ribs, not just the ribs, all of it. The last top bone next to your neck. So you want to pray to me to go to heaven? Your God, if you will go, your God need to go to school. What go to heaven? What kind of God do you think women, she have a breast testicles? A Muslim, he said, his name is Anwar. I can send you a Bible says the word Isa. This is Muslim translation. We don't have Isa. This is a false translation. I will give you the better news. the Arabic translation for the Bible used the word Allah. That's a false translation. We don't have the word Allah in the book in the Aramaic, neither in the Greek, neither in the Hebrew. False translation. The same as your Quran saying the word Jesus in the Quran in English. There's no Jesus. False translation. Are you happy now? So, are you with me, my friend? So, how this is God? He claimed that women, she have a sexual fluid, and that make the baby coming from her ribs, and this is her semen. And a man, he have a sexual fluid coming from his backbone. Do you have a backbone yourself?
Yes.
Okay, well, according to the Muhammad, your semen is coming from your backbone, not from your testicles. So if I am you, I will dump them somewhere. I mean, there's no need for them. What testicles for? They're annoying. You can't even play football. You know?
Is the area of the backbone, the lower pelvis, I think.
What it says the backbone. What area? The backbone, a sulb. Sulb is the bone itself. Not only a bone, it is the last bone in your ass, in your spine. Not from that area. It says a sulb.
A sulb is like, I mean, you can't take it literally. You have to.
What literally? This is what literally? Aren't you the one who says to me? Listen. You see how hypocrite the Muslims are? When you want, you say to me, let's go to Ibn Kathir. Now you don't want Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir, he says, the backbone of the man. Did he say not literally? No, he said the backbone of the man and the ribs of the women. And then he says the women liquid is a yellow and fine in texture, and he's quoting your prophet.
Yeah, you have to look at the meaning. The meaning is the man.
My friend, listen. I don't have time for stupidity. Aren't you the one who says to me, let's go to Ibn Kathir?
Yes.
Okay, Ibn Kathir will do what? Will give us the meaning. So now we are reading the meaning from Ibn Kathir. So do you accept him or not? You keep saying to me, that's how to go. So why we are going to Ibn Kathir then? You don't speak Arabic. I speak Arabic. I'm not going to take that against you. I'm using Ibn Kathir, the book you like, and this is the website you like, and this is the translation you are using. Ibn Kathir says, yes, this is true. There is a semen coming from the backbone, and there is a semen coming from the ribs of the women. So what we will do now, you still keep saying to me, you don't take it literally. So why we go to Ibn Kathir then? Why Ibn Kathir, he take it literally? You think he is stupid?
No.
Okay. So what we will do? Should we change different interpretation for you? Maybe that will make you happy.
They haven't read the explanation, but
read carefully with me. Read carefully with me. This is Tafsir Ibn Abbas that is issued from the this is a false translation. It says loin. It says the backbone of the man and the ribs of the women. This is Tafsir Ibn Abbas. So now all the Muslim scholars do not speak good Arabic, and you are the guy who God knows from where. You are the one to tell me you should not take it literally. So why they take it literally?
The meaning is the area.
Where it says the area, where, okay, and let us go with the area. Women, first of all, don't have sperm. They don't. Secondly, it doesn't say area. It says coming from the backbone. Can you show me the word area? I will show you another stupid thing, just to show you how you Muslim you play games. The Quran says the sun set in murky water. What your sheikh will say to you?
Oh, the murky water, right?
Huh?
Regarding, yeah, it's at the end of the land, so it's not.
My friend, what your answer? Shaitan or Allah saying that the sun set in murky water? What Allah he meant by saying the guy he arrived where the sun set and he found it sitting in a muddy spring of water. How you will say what you will say to me now? You will say to me focus in the area?
The explanation is Zulkarnain.
Yeah.
He saw that in his view.
Okay.
That the sun the sun goes over the water.
Okay.
That means
Can you show me where it
it's like,
says that Zulqarnain he saw from his view? Where it says that?
so that is the explanation. It's not
Okay.
literally.
So now the explanation is a stupid explanation because simply it's against what your prophet said. Your prophet, he said, the sun set in a murky water. Your prophet said, which one is higher? Your prophet or the explanation? Is that your prophet talking? I was sitting behind the messenger of Allah, who was riding a donkey. While the sun was setting, he asked, do you know where this set? I replied, Allah and his apostle know best. He said, it set in a spring of warm water, boiling water. So what explanation? Who explained the Quran better, you, Ibn Kathir, Potato, Tomato, or Muhammad?
No, even Muhammad didn't know that because he's just following.
So Muhammad was stupid. So Muhammad, he claimed now that the sun set in murky water. He didn't understand what Allah is saying to him, but you understand better, right?
No, he's Muhammad just was just following what Allah said.
Okay, so
But
that's me. Look what happened. He is following what Allah said. So what Allah said is what he is saying here. He did not say from the perspective of Zulqarnain. This is a Muslim lies trying to cover up the stupidity of the Quran. Thank you very much. Take care, my friend. Next time, let your dad call me. And don't pray for me. Pray for yourself. Or go into hell. And pray for me. What a joke. Even your prophet, he asks you to pray for him because he's not sure he will go to heaven. If he is going to go to heaven, he do not need your prayer to go. Pray for me. Somebody saying, why do you believe the Bible is a reliable source of information? Very simple reason. There's no book in the world is documented as much as the Bible. It's written in many, 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 many languages from the beginning of the time. Spread around the world. In many languages. And people are disconnected. So there's no way a person who lives in India, he can agree with somebody live in Europe about a book, and both of them they never met unless this book is accurate. And this is the same. You will find that people who accepted Christianity in India from the beginning of Christianity, or Ethiopia, or Egypt, or Syria, or all over. At the same time, the book match the ethic of Jesus. Love your enemy, bless them. And the Christian, they were very careful about what to accept, what not to accept. Like, you know, some Anwar saying, not a good argument. Well, Anwar, you know, I don't know what argument is good for you. You are a person who believes in endless penis, and you are talking about argument? How we can argue about penises now? I mean, look who is talking. A person who believes that a monkey, she committed adultery, and she was stoning other monkeys. Talking about the good argument. During the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, I saw a she-monkey surrounded by a number of monkeys. They were all stoning it because it had committed adultery. And you are talking about argument? So now the Muslim, they believe that monkeys are Muslim Sunni and they are practicing Sharia law. Actually, if you read the story behind it, you will die laughing. According to Muhammad, this monkey, female monkey, she was sleeping over the hand of her husband, Mr. Chimpanzee. And then another monkey, he came from behind a tree, and he blinked for her. She came behind the tree, and then boom, boom. Then she came back, and her husband still asleep. She tried to insert her hand under his head again, but then he woke up, and he started sniffing her. And then he found out that she wasn't doing adultery. And he starts saying, Takbir, Takbir. And then the Muslim monkeys, they come and they stone her. And you are talking about good argument? What dagging the question? I'm not dagging the question. And let me answer you about the Bible. If my Bible is not a good trustworthy, so how you stupid Muhammad, he take an oath of it, and he says, I believe in it. Is that a good argument? No, it's not a good argument. Isn't it? This is your stupid book says, agreeing with the book we have between our hands, verifying which they have. If you don't like this translation, we can change it. This is Shakir. Yeah, let's go to Yusuf Ali. That's a good argument. And when they come to them a book from Allah confirming what is with them, not a good argument. So not only our book, not only the Christian around the world agree about the book, even the filthy prophet, the child molester, he have to admit that this is a true book of God. Satan, he cannot deny it. Answer, I'm showing you the Quran saying that Allah, he says, actually, you see here the verse says confirming, it's a lie. In Arabic, it doesn't say confirming, it says musaddiqun, which means believing in what is with them. And what is with us? Jesus is God. Hallelujah. This is why I told your friend here, when you go to hell, don't forget to deliver my message to Muhammad. You got busted. And this is all over the Quran. Some verses saying what is between their hands, and some verses saying confirming what is with them. Either one, it doesn't make any difference. Hey, Anwar, why you don't call me and show me how smart you are? Do you like to call me? Let us see how good you are. Palestine, get out of here. Either you call me, I don't want to see you here. You know, Jacob and Israel refer to a man. You know what? Just to show you how stupid this religion is. I challenge any Muslim to tell me who is Israel. I have a book in front of me. It's called the Quran. I'm reading this book. How in the world I will know who is this guy? His name is Israel. Any Muslim can tell me? It says, "O children of Israel." So it's confirmed it's a man. They are his children. Who is this guy, Israel? Potatoes. Religion of potatoes. Religion of the thief. Have you ever heard of a God? He introduced to us a guy. His name is Israel. He don't tell us who is this guy, where he is born, who is his family, who is this Israel? Suddenly, oh, children of Israel. And the funny is that the dad was making fun of Israel, struggling with God. But you stupid, the second you accept the name, you accept the story. Oh boy. Israel? Do you know Muslim? Because Muhammad do not know what Israel means, so he put Israel in the book. What Moses mean? He do not know what Moses. He put it in the book. Abraham, he put Abraham. What Ishmael mean? He don't know what Ishmael. He put it in the book. And you will notice that the most important name for Muhammad is Gabriel. Do you know that not a single Muslim knows what Gabriel means? A thief. A thief who claimed that he is a professor in mathematics, but he do not know 2x2 is what? A thief who claimed to be a professor in biology, but he claimed that the sperm became a blood, dead blood. A thief who claimed to be expert, a professor in geography, and then in geology he claimed that the sun set in a muddy water, a spring of water, not ocean. He's expert in everything. As an example, Muhammad is the only one who was able to find out why you are a male and why she is a female. Why, Prophet? Why? Listen, if your wife have orgasm before you, the baby will be a female. What the heck? If the guy he have orgasm before the female, the boy will be a male. So now you can go to your dad and you can tell him what happened in the bedroom the day you have you. If you are a female, you say to your mom, Mom, I know you came first at that night. Your mom, she might kick you out of the room or maybe from the house if you say that. Don't do it. So, Dr. Muhammad, this is Dr. Muhammad. Who told them? Allah told him. The Messenger of Allah said the man water is thick and white and the women water is thin and yellow. Which of them comes first? The child resembles the parents. Like, what the heck? This is why I promise myself, if I ever have a wife, I will never come first, my friend. I don't want my son to look like me. That's scary. I will marry a beautiful woman, and I will let her all the time come first. All the time. That doesn't matter. I will never even, that's it. Prophet of Allah, Dr. Muhammad. Get out of here. The funny is that your God himself is a Zionist. Look what he called himself, Zionist. Let us show you the Zionist. Isn't it your God, Allah? He ordered the Jews, and he told them that you are my favorite people, my chosen people. Zionist, huh? Who is the Zionist? Here we go. This is the fruit of the Jews. Muhammad lived between them, and he was kissing their asses. Read with me. Who is the Zionist now? O children of Israel, remember my favor upon you, which I bestowed upon you, and favor you upon all mankind and genie, even genies. Allah, he favored Bani Israel from the genie too. Why they are genies? How he favored them from the genie too? Who is the Zionist? This is your Quran. They are the favorite. A genie, a Zionist Allah. And then Allah, he ordered them to kill all the Palestinians. And the funny, the guy, he kept coming here. He's from Pakistan. He called himself Palestine. Look, Allah, he ordered. And not only that, because they refused to kill the Palestinians, Allah, he punished them and he made them lose their way for 40 years in the desert. Chapter 5, verse number 21. Do you see between brackets says Palestine? Who is the one who ordered to take Palestine? Allah, the Zionist. Shish kebab. Any Abdul? And then they said to Musa, oh Musa, you know what? Those people there, they are strong. We will not go with you. You go and fight them. Only two men of the old Jewish, they agree to fight with Musa. One of them is, and look here, they add names. It's not in the Quran. Those aren't in the Quran, by the way. Muslims do not know what Joshua and Caleb, those names don't exist in the Quran. This is fabrication. They said to him, let us go and assault them. Imagine 3 men, they want to go and assault a nation. I mean, how stupid is the story here? This is really what story happened? Only 2 men? Only 2 men, or maybe 2 men, and they are leaders of army. Just 2 men, they will go. So mean Moses and 2 men only, they will agree. This is not what the story says in the Bible. Only 2 men. They will go and fight. So they say to you, why you attacking the Palestinian? First, those Arab there are not Palestinian. There's no more Palestinian exist. Secondly, as you see, Allah ordered the Jews to take the land. This is the land assigned to you. This is a land assigned to the Jews. Who is assigned it? Allah himself. The Zionist Allah. Do we have any Muhammadan? Ex-terrorists. Nobody dare to call me. Look how long we are here and not even one single one of them. The only one who called me is an idiot. He does not know what he's talking about. You want to pray for me? What a joke. If you're a prophet himself, he is guaranteeing to go to heaven. Why he is asking the Muslim to pray for him? And the funny is, always the word salah in Arabic mean prayer. The Muslim, they say, oh no, this means blessing, blessing. You say this is a stupid thing to say, because blessing does not add anything to you if you're in heaven anyway. You know, bless me when and I am in heaven. If Muhammad guaranteed he was going to go to heaven, why he need your blessing? If Allah, what is more blessing than being in heaven? What does that mean? Stupidity, amazing, you know, yuck, diarrhea. If Muhammad is the favorite of Allah and he is going to be in heaven, why he need your prayer? Why you call people coward? You don't show my face. What my face have to debate in you? If my face will help in debating you, I will show my face. But my face is not what people want. I'm not doing fashion show. And what about you ask the God you worship and you bow down and you show your ass when you pray to him 5 times a day to show his face? I'm not your God. Isn't it your God? He says in the Quran, it's not for Allah to speak to anyone except from behind a veil. Your God, Allah, is a burqa man. This is the Quran. Let me show you. Why you don't show us your face if you are brave? What do you want to do with my face? This is your God, chapter 43, verse number 52. It says, Allah never speak to anyone except from behind a veil, a female God. Anwar, is your God Allah wearing a black veil? Ask your God to show himself. You never saw him. You never heard even his fart. How you know he exists? For the Christian, their God came to them. Their God came to Abraham. Where's your God? Do we have any Abdul wanna call us? Who was here first time? If you are here first time, I feel sorry for you. You will get addicted and I advise you to hang up and leave. You will come because here it's like, you know, people they learn, yes, and the answers come in the speed of light, yes. But the spank is so hard, brother. And the Muslim look really bad. Let us see this guy. Is he a Muslim? I don't know what he is. Let us see what's the guy. Hello? Yes. Are you a Muslim? Wa alaikum assalam.
How are you?
I'm fine. Are you a Muslim, my friend?
Yes.
All right.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I saw your question saying why I accept the Bible to be confirmed, right?
Why you consider it as a reliable source, yeah.
Yeah, but did you see the answer in the Quran? The Quran says, as long as you speak Arabic, I notice you speak Arabic, right?
Yeah, but what does the Quran have to do with your Bible? Pretend I was an atheist.
You're an atheist? You're an atheist?
Pretend I'm an atheist.
You can pretend. Muslims they pretend always anything, you know. But this is why I want to assume that you're an atheist when you are saying to you I'm Muslim. So for me, I have a clear proof from your book.
Because you wouldn't tell the atheist because the Quran says
no
so.
problem. If an atheist he call me, I will answer an atheist. If a Muslim he call me, I will answer a Muslim. So why I want to waste my time go from zero when I have a proof from your book saying
because it's more objective. It's more objective if you go
no. You know, for a Muslim, do you Muslim accept what the atheists believe?
لا طبعا.
Okay, so if I show you the proof which fits with atheist, my friend, if I speak about a logic of an atheist, then you will say I don't accept what the atheist he accept anyway, and you just said to me that, you know, so I'm wasting my time. But I have in front of you. I have in front of you verse from the Quran, chapter 2, verse number 89 says, confirming what is with them. So your book confirm what is with us. What we will do now?
That's two different things. So
what do you mean?
Because again, if I wasn't a Muslim and I asked you this, you
stop saying if I was not. You are a Muslim, so this is not the case. So now the Bible is confirming your book. Do you have anything against your book?
Can you just try to understand my point for
I
a second?
understand your point, but there's no point in your point because first, you're not an atheist. Okay, let us do this. I want you to say, I don't believe in Muhammad. Allah is a fraud. Muhammad is a fraud. And I will answer you as an atheist. Go ahead.
ما ينفع طبعا.
What?
Okay, I said ما حينفع طبعا. طيب, look.
Why you would start going? So why you are wasting my time, my friend? My friend.
What was the ayah you gave me?
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name, my friend?
Sir.
What's your name? What's your name? What I will call you?
What's the ayah?
What I will call you? Chapter 2, verse number 89. I'm showing you on the screen. You can read it on the screen.
I don't have my thing open like that.
Okay.
My YouTube. 1 second.
Well, you better open your YouTube. You can mute it so you can read at the same time, both of us.
So, تفضل. Please read the ayah.
Okay. And you can read it, you know, if you want to read in Arabic, you can read Arabic. If you want to read in English, it says, وَلَمَّا جَاءَهُمْ كِتَابٌ مِنْ عِنْدِ اللَّهِ مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا مَعَهُمْ. Does it say مُصَدِّقٌ لِمَا مَعَهُم?
Yeah.
Okay. Believing in it, in what is with them.
What's مصدق?
Mean believing. مصدق mean believing.
Believe, يعني ولا confirming.
Believing mean believing. It's more than confirming, because confirm is just agreeing. Here it's مصدق. That's mean I believe in it.
واحد إذا صدق حاجة. صدق حاجة is to give.
Huh?
صدق. When you say the word
صدق coming from the word صدقة, which means he said the truth. So مصدقا لما معهم mean he agreeing and believing in what is with them. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq is called Abu Bakr as-Siddiq because he believed in what Muhammad he brought to him, correct?
Okay. So
Musaddiq is the one who believe. Musaddiq is the one who believe in what is with them. So now, even the Muslim translation, my friend, don't waste my time. First of all, your Arabic is not good. Secondly, it says here, even your translation says, confirming what is with them. Do you have a problem with that?
And now let me explain the confirming. The confirming is it confirms the truthful part in their books.
First of all, you are adding things. Does it say in the verse confirming only the truth, some of the truth, some of it? It says confirming what is with them. Are you saying to me that somebody took the verse, play with it, and he took those words off?
First of all, we need to read the ayahs in context.
Read the ayah, no problem. Go read.
When you read the ayahs in context, you start.
Read the ayah in context, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you start from 87.
Read and from any. You can read it from verse number 1. I don't care.
No, I'll start from 87. It says, "We gave Moses the scripture, and we sent messengers after him in succession. We gave Jesus, son of Mary, clear signs and strengthened him with the Holy Spirit." So how is that whenever a messenger brings you something you do not like, you become arrogant, calling some imposters and killing others? They say our hearts are impenetrably wrapped, but God has rejected them for their disbelief. They have little faith. When a scripture came to them from God, confirming what they already had in Nizam, what they already had is what? The belief in one God, to follow the prophets.
Well, that's your fabrication, my friend. You are adding things. It's not in the Quran. 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 It says confirming in what is with them. There's no addition.
Say it. It doesn't have to say it here. We look at Quran. We look at the
totality. So you are saying that the verse in the Quran is not clear. We have to add words to fix it. So the Arabic of Allah is not good.
That's not what I said. That's
Well,
not what I said. I said
so why you are adding words? Why you are adding words to the Quran if the Quran doesn't say that? If the Quran is clear, is the Quran a clear book?
I'm not. I'm elaborating for you.
No, I'm asking you: is the Quran by itself is enough for anyone to understand?
With the Arabic language, yeah, it should be good.
Okay, the Arabic language is shorter for me. I speak Arabic better than you. Obviously, you don't speak good Arabic. It says here, مصدق لما معهم, believing in what is with them, not some of what them. Allah can add the word some. He can say بضع بعض ما معهم, little of what they have. He did not say that. He says مصدق لما معهم, believe in what they have. Let us go to different verse. Here we go. You see this one is not going to be, just to show you. But now, as long as you claim you speak Arabic, you know you cannot run away from it. Chapter 2, verse number 91. What we will do with this one?
Verse number 91. Same thing.
No, it's adding here. It's even adding the word truth. Even if it be the truth, confirming what is with them, confirming what is with them, not some of what is with them. So the truth is what is with them. Let us go to different verse. We will keep jumping, no problem. Chapter 2, chapter 2, verse number 101. Read carefully, read again.
You just said confirming. You just said confirming.
Yes, confirm. Actually, confirm is not a good translation. Musaddiqan, more than confirm, believing. Continue. Here it says, and when they come to them, a messenger from Allah, confirming what is with them, not what was. Here translation is false. Musaddiqan lima ma'ahum.
I'm going to send you a link on our message.
I don't open links, my friend. You can read. You can read from me. You can tell me whatever you want.
Oh, okay. Go to a website called corpus.quran.
Give me the answer. Give me the answer.
La, you can see that musaddaq is coming from confirming. It's confirmation.
No problem. So how you can confirm something is not true?
It confirms the truthful parts, of course.
Okay, hold on. So guys, does the verse says confirming the truthful part only?
هو الحق مصدقا لما معهم.
The truth, yes, مصدقا لما معهم.
Okay.
So it's confirming what is with them. Does it say in the verse, my friend? Does it say in the verse? Any of those verses I gave you, confirming some of what they have with them, or it says confirming what is with them.
يا أخوي على مهلك. I'll tell you an example. الحين today عندنا ناس they say إنه Ibrahim doesn't exist كمثل. Right?
Speak in English.
You have some people that say that Abraham does not exist.
Okay.
صح?
Okay.
Right? Now, the fact that Muhammad ﷺ says this and we believe him, any Muslim that ends up believing him, by default, we believe anything that came before that he speaks about. Therefore, Abraham is real despite there not being any historical evidence for him. Makes sense? Okay. So now when it comes to the Bible, the actual Bible or the Old Testament, New Testament, it talks about the truthful parts that مثلا الأشياء في البيبل that we as Muslims cannot agree to.
Okay. I want to ask you. I want to make simple for you.
Sure.
Do Muhammad have the Bible in his time or he don't? Do he have the Old Testament in his time?
The Old Testament.
Yeah.
So Old Testament, not New Testament.
The Old Testament. I'm talking about the Old Testament. Let us go one by one. Do Muhammad have the Old Testament, the correct one, in his time?
I don't know if it's an.
What do you don't know? You just said to me about Abraham. So how he's confirmed some of it? If you do not know anything about it, do Muhammad know anything about the Torah?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, how he knows?
We believe he got information from Allah.
Okay, if he got the information from Allah, then he got the Torah. Do your prophet knows how to read Arabic or Hebrew?
No.
If I give you now the Torah and I say I want you to swear on the book of the Torah, are you willing to swear, or you swear in the Quran only?
Are you talking about the situation where those Jews came to him? And
I'm not asking about situation. I'm asking you, if I give you the Torah and the Quran, which one you are going to swear on, the Torah or the Quran, or both?
No, I swear on the Quran, of course.
Why you don't swear in the Torah?
Because I follow the Quran. I don't follow the Torah.
But isn't it supposedly Moses is a Muslim prophet?
What does Muslim mean?
This is not a question now. So you see, you Muslims, you play games. So is the Torah is the book of Allah too, or the book of shish kebab?
No, we believe it's a divine.
Okay, so I'm asking you, why you don't want to swear in the Torah if the Torah is the book of Allah?
If there was absolutely no Quran around, no nothing, and there was only the Torah, and I had the New Testament and the Old Testament, I would swear on the Old Testament over the New Testament.
Okay, why you want to swear in the Old Testament if you do not know even how to read the Old Testament?
No, there's translations. They do just fine. And then
Let us say you exist in the time of Muhammad, you don't have translation. How you can swear in a book you never read?
Excuse me, say that again.
How you say it, you swear there's a translation, that's why you will swear. So now I'm asking you, in the time of Muhammad, there was no translation for the Torah. Should you swear in the Hebrew Torah?
No.
Why?
Well, at the time of Muhammad, I wouldn't probably be a Jew either. I would probably be a Muslim.
This is another question. This is another question. You said you are willing to pray. There's no Quran. So in the time of Muhammad, are you willing to swear in the Torah, in the Hebrew?
Why would I swear on the Hebrew?
Why not?
I don't understand.
This is the only book. This is the only book. The book Allah He sent to them in Hebrew. Allah did not send in English. Allah did not send in Arabic. He sent in Hebrew. So if you are saying that, if you are saying the Torah is the book of Allah, why you don't want to swear in the book which Allah gave them, which is in Hebrew?
I'm trying to understand your question. Is it before Islam?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let us say. Let us say after Islam. Let us say after Islam. Muhammad is there, and they give you the Torah, and they say to you, swear in the Torah. Are you willing to swear in the Torah in Hebrew?
The Prophet told me to do it. I'll do it.
This is not a question.
The Prophet told me to do it. I'll do it.
Let us say you were there after 10 years of Muhammad died. Are you going to do it or not?
No.
Why not?
Because by then the Quran has been compiled. I swear on the Quran.
So you are saying to me, Muhammad, before he have the Quran complete, he have to believe in the Torah.
No.
So you just said that to me. You said to me because by then the Quran was, and now let us. You see, okay. So if the Quran is not compiled together, you will swear in the Torah. That means the Torah is a correct book.
If the Prophet tells me to do it, I'll do it.
This is not a question. This is not a question. You see, you are escaping the. Trying to skip. Do you swear by the Torah? Is the Torah and a good book for you to swear in? Yes or no?
Over the New Testament, yes.
This is another question. I don't talk about over the New Testament. I'm asking you about the Torah. Is the Torah a good book for you to swear on?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
If I had to choose life or death, yes, I'd swear on it.
Okay. Well, the Old Testament, the book of Moses says that God has a spirit, and God, he came to Abraham as a man. What you would do with that? Do you accept?
It's not. It doesn't actually mean a man.
Even no, it came to him as they came to him as a man. No, he came to him. He came to him. It's not up to you. He came to him as a man.
It's not up to you either. It's up to Jewish rabbis.
Exactly. It's up to the. Okay, no problem. It's not. First of all, my friend, listen. It's not up to the Jewish rabbi. It's not up to the Christian priest. It's up to the book what it says. Do I agree?
Okay.
Okay.
The book says as a man, but it's an angel, and it's a form, and it's a message that he came as a revelation. That's how it came. That's how it means.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you? Hold on, my friend. Hold on. What? So you are saying to me, God, he came as an angel now?
No.
Okay. So let me repeat the question again. Did God came to Abraham as a man? And actually, all the one who came to him, they came as men. If you go to Genesis chapter 18, verse number 2, and verse number 1, you can read it. Says, and Abraham looked down, he saw 3 men standing nearby. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. One of them is God. Is that correct?
One of them was the angel. They're
No,
angels.
one of them is God. If you go to verse number 10, it says, then the Lord said, the Lord is speaking there, the Lord.
Again, since you, and I didn't open the verse. I can open the verse.
I don't care. So according to the Jews and according to the Christian and according to everybody, God, he came to Abraham as a man. It's not up to you. So now I'm asking you, do you accept that God came as a man, as what the Bible says in the Old Testament? You said to me, you are willing to swear on the Torah, and this is what the Torah says. What you would do?
For starters. For starters.
What?
I said for starters.
What
Jews
starters?
don't
Are we buying a bicycle? We are talking about God. What starters?
I said to begin with, in my response.
What begin with? That's another question. Are you going to accept? Are you accepting a book says that God came as a man?
Jews don't believe that it was.
No,
God
Jews they believe that, and I'm willing to show you. I'm willing to show you that I'm willing to show. No, it's not up to you. 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 Secondly,
and it's not up to you.
No,
either, my friends.
here we go. I will open the Jewish Orthodox Bible. Do you accept that?
Yeah.
Huh?
What's the verse you're talking about again?
I'm talking about Genesis chapter 18. Read it from the beginning. So I can open for you the Jewish Bible, the Jewish, not the Christian book, not the translation, the Jewish books. What you will do then? You will say, I don't accept. Here we go. This is the Jewish, this is the Hebrew Orthodox Jewish Bible. Orthodox Jewish Bible. And Hashem appeared unto him. Do you see the word Hashem?
I can't open the page.
I don't care. You see, you are playing games. You are playing games. So now I'm asking you. It's confirmed that the Jews, they believe that Hashem, like a God, he came to Abraham as a man. So now I'm asking you. If a man, he swear in a book, it says God came as a man. Do you accept him to be a good man, or he is a stupid man?
No, I actually don't. I don't believe that he's what's it called?
It's not up to you. The book in the front of your eyes, my friend. What's wrong with you?
He said Hashem, and
Hashem is a one of the titles they use for God or names. So Hashem appeared into Abraham as a three men. It's in front of you. This is the Jewish language, and this is the Orthodox Jewish book.
Where is the source? Can you share the source in the chat?
It's in front of you. The Orthodox Jewish Bible. I'm showing the screen.
Orthodox.
So until you find the source, I'm asking you, do you accept to take an oath in a book says God came as a man? Yes or no?
No, I would not.
So why you're a prophet then? Why you're a prophet then? You see, you got your prophet busted. So why you're a prophet then? Accept to swear in the Torah, the book which says that God came as a man.
First of all, when he swore, and I knew it. And I asked you this question, and
I know it, and I know you know it, and I know you know it, and I got you busted still. So now I'm asking you. You just said I don't accept to swear in a book says God came as a man. So how you're a prophet did that?
How did the hadith go when he said it? He says, "Amen fiik wa amen billadhi that revealed you." Right? That's
okay. So I believe in thee and the one who sent thee. Okay.
Exactly. So what's the problem?
The problem is it's believed that God came as a man.
That's not how they actually see it, though. Today, if you
what do you mean how they see it today? What do you mean that they see it? This is the Torah. This is the same Torah.
What's the link for your website that you're looking
I'm
at?
using sunnah.com.
Not your, not that one.
Sunnah.com. It's in the front of your eyes.
I was talking about the Orthodox one.
Yeah, well, you can just type Orthodox Jewish Bible, Genesis 18, and you will see it. And you go, let me post it in the chat. I told you, open YouTube so you can see with me. Just to mute YouTube so you can see the same thing I'm showing the screen. So now, God, he came to Abraham as a man. You're a prophet, he swear in the Torah, which says that God is a man, or he came as a man. How your prophet, he took an oath in a book like that?
What you just what you just showed me, was just a different translation of that verse. You didn't
My
show
friend,
me
I
any
showed you the Jewish. I showed you. I showed you the Jewish. I showed you the Jewish. Listen, listen. Don't waste my time. Don't waste my time. You know.
I'm not wasting your time. I'm trying to have a decent conversation.
Okay. Not a single Jew will not accept, because you see, the Jews have to go by what the book is saying. Literally, they cannot make their own. It says Hashem. Hashem, he came. He came as what? As a 3 men.
Can I send you some things by then?
Don't send me things, my friend, wasting my time. So now you're a prophet. Do your prophet know Hebrew?
No.
So how he swear in a book he do not know how it is inside it?
Because he believes in the one that revealed it, اللي هو ربنا.
Okay, guys, he believed, but maybe they gave him Yellow Pages book. How he know that this is the Torah?
That they handed to him?
Yeah?
Why would they? It was a serious matter. Something was going on.
What serious matter? The guy, he do not know Hebrew. He do not know what he's reading. He cannot read even a word. So if I give a book to your prophet about Mickey Mouse and I say to him, this is the Torah, how he will know that this is not the Torah?
إذا أنت عايز تخدعه, then that's your call. But these men didn't want that. They came to him for a ruling. They were sincere, and they came to him for a ruling.
My friend, this is false. First of all, he is in their house. He is in their house. You know, he is in his house. He's not. They are not coming to him. He is in their house.
They invited him.
Exactly. So now I'm asking you. They gave him a book, and then he took the book, he put it in the top of the cushion, and he swear by it, saying, "I believe in thee and the one who sent thee." How he knew what is in thee, and how he knew that this is the book is sent by thee?
So when we say that Allah sent the Torah and the Injil, we believe in the original.
This is not the question. They gave him a physical book. They gave him a physical book, my friend. We are not talking about the word Torah now. We are not talking about the word Torah. We are talking about a book, have pages made of papers or leather, and they gave it to him, put it in front of him, and he took it physically. He didn't say, "I believe in the Torah." He's saying about what is in the front of him. He took it, he put it in the cushion, showing a lot of respect, and then he said, "I believe in thee and the one who sent thee." My question to you, Muhammad do not know Arabic, Muhammad do not know Hebrew, so he cannot even read his name. How he can confirm that this is the book of God, and how he swear by a book he cannot read, he cannot see what it contains, he cannot see anything about it. Maybe it's not even a Torah, maybe it's a shaitanic book, maybe it's a book about magic. How he can confirm that this is the book of God? How he swear by that?
Hey, that's a very big possibility. There's a big possibility that these people came and tricked him, and they gave him a completely different book that has said nothing in it, and he said, "Hey, I believe in thee and believe in the one that sent thee," with the full intention that this was the Torah.
Okay, so your prophet is not inspired by God then, because he is swearing by a book without knowing what is inside the book.
This is your premise, by the way. This is not the premise.
No, listen. I will not. I am not a fool to swear by a book. Maybe this book is written against my Messiah. Why I want to swear by it? A prophet of God, he have to be careful. He have to swear in a book. He knew what it says. He should know very well what it says word by word. Otherwise, taking a book saying, "I believe in thee and the one who sent thee," is a hypocrisy. Isn't it the Quran says that the Jews, they believe that Allah have a son, his name is Uzair?
In the Torah, it doesn't say that, and it doesn't say in the Quran that it does say that.
It says that the Jews, they say, listen. The Jews, they say Uzair is the son of Allah. How Muhammad knew that in the book they gave him, it doesn't say that Uzair is the son of Allah?
Wahi.
Huh?
I said wahi.
What wahi?
I said revelation. He probably knows from Allah told him.
Allah told him that Uzair is a son of Allah, but there is not a single Jew believe in Uzair. There's nobody, his name is Uzair. Who's Uzair?
Ezra.
Ezra is not Uzair, and there's no Jews believe in the guy. His name is Ezra, and he's God.
There might have been some factions once upon a time. We don't know that.
If this is the case, that means the Quran is a false, because the Quran says the Jews, which means all the Jews, not some, maybe.
Where is this ayah again?
Chapter 9, verse number 30.
Okay. All right, I found it. So what's the issue?
You said maybe some of the Jews, they believe in that. Is all the Jews or some of the Jews?
It's probably some.
So the Quran is wrong.
Why? It didn't say all the Jews.
No, it says the Jews.
It says the Jews.
It says the Jews. Yes, when you say the Jews, it means the Jews. Doesn't say a sect of the Jews. Doesn't say some of the Jews. Says the Jews. The Jews says.
عشان لسه كان في نصارى that don't say that Jesus is the Son of God. في نصارى كانوا بيقولوا.
No, no. First of all, Nasara is not a word for the Christian. Muhammad is a fool. You do not know what Nasara mean. Nasara have nothing to do. Nasara are not even Christians. This is a false.
It comes from Nazarenes. What are you talking about?
No, the word Nasara coming from the Nazareth, the one who called poor in their understanding. Those are not a Christian. Those are a cult. Secondly, all the Christian they believe, as you see in the Quran says, all the Christian they say that the Christ is the Son of God. Do you agree?
It didn't say all.
It says all. It says and the Christian. Listen, don't waste my time. Does it say and the Christians? Does it say and the Christians?
Yes.
Okay. So if I say and the Muslims, it's mean all the Muslims. Otherwise, I should say some of the Muslims.
No. If he's specific, he'll be specific.
You see, you are insulting your God. You are saying the Quran is a stupid book and it's not clear in Arabic. And now we have to add words to make it look nicer. So now you are adding the word some. Let me do it for you. You say, guys, let us help this guy. So the Quran, when the Quran says the Jews, he meant the sum of the Jews. Let us add the word some. The Quran is not perfect. Be my witness. We have to add some words. Some of the Jews, not the Jews. This is wrong. Take that. Some. We will type some. Some. Some of the Jews. Okay, now the Quran look better, because obviously the Quran is a confusing book, and the one who said that, the Jews, is not God. This is maybe Muhammad. And then when it says and the Christian, the Quran is wrong. We need to fix it. So we need to say some of the Christians. Are we happy now? So you are saying to me that your book is not a book of God. We have to add some of before the Jews and some of before the Christian to make the Quran look nicer.
So just because the word Christians believe, because it's an exact same comparison.
Exactly, same comparison. All the Christians
didn't believe.
No, there's not a single Christian. There's not a single Christian. Stop fooling yourself. Not a single. You cannot be called a Christian. You cannot be called a Christian if you don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God. Stop lying. Secondly, the Quran is against you. The Quran is against you. The Quran is not saying some of the Christian, saying the Christians.
I didn't say it said some. I never said it said some.
No, you said that. You said some. You said some of the Jews believe in Uzair maybe. You said some of the Jews believe in Uzair maybe. Correct? Did you say that?
There's a possibility some of them had that kind of understanding.
Okay, yes, so now the Quran is wrong then, because if some of them, why Allah? Okay, are they okay? When you say some, my friend, when you say some, are they the majority or the minority? Some.
Minority.
Exactly. So you cannot judge the majority by the minority. That is the most stupid thing ever. So
No,
if a few of them listen, you just expose your God. If some of them believe, you don't say the Jews believe, you say some of the Jews because they are the minority. Then what is the majority believe? So now Allah, he made a mistake. If some of the Jews believe, then this verse is wrong. If some of the Christian believe, that means this is wrong because they are the minority, not the majority.
لو سمحت, he gives you the point in 31. If you go just another ayah after, he'll give you the point.
The verse number 31 is more horrible. Read in Arabic and laugh. It says, اتخذوا أحبارهم ورهبانهم أربابا من دون الله والمسيح ابن مريم. They took their monks, their rabbi and their monks as God instead of Allah and the Messiah. So the verse after it making the Messiah God. Because it says instead, min duni Allahi wal Masih, and you claim you speak Arabic, read it.
Yeah, I'll open it now.
Disaster. Instead of Allah and the Messiah, they worship who? They are worshiping their rabbi, this is the word rabbi, and their monks in front of you, and you speak Arabic, as gods, arbaban, min duni, instead, Allah and the Messiah. So what they should do? They should worship one God, which is Allah, aka the Messiah. Messiah is God.
So here, it's actually اتخذوا.
What happened to your tongue? Your tongue is gone. Speak in Arabic. Read in Arabic. Let us laugh. Read in Arabic and let us laugh. And read in Arabic and translate. I challenge you. I challenge you to read one word by word and translate yourself.
اتخذوا أحبارهم ورهبانيهم أربابا من دون الله والمسيح ابن مريم.
Translate now. Translate.
So they took their rabbis and their monks as their lords. Min dunillah.
What min dun mean?
And they took.
Don't stop. What min dun mean?
Without.
No, instead, right?
And besides, without, bidun.
Min dun is instead. Okay.
Without.
Okay. Instead of Allah and the Messiah, correct?
No, and they're saying no. It says wal Masih ibn Maryam.
Okay, no. Translate. Why you jump? Why you skip? They took their rabbis and their monks as God. Min dun. What min dun mean? Instead, not beside. Min dun. Min dun Allah wal Masih. Instead of Allah and the Messiah. Exactly. Allah and the Messiah. Is harf out of.
شوف دقيقة. I wanted you to go to the corpus.quran as well so that you can see, you can also see the grammar.
My friend, I know what the Muslim they say. I see it here. I see they're trying to fix the problem. They say, oh, the word Messiah is coming after, but they meant they took their monks and their rabbis as God and the Messiah instead of Allah. But the Arabic doesn't say that. However, look what happened now. Look what happened. Look what happened. Just to show you that you're a prophet. Listen. Let me show you that your prophet is a fraud. Can you name for me one Jew and one Christian? He took his monk or rabbi as God.
كثير.
Who? Show me one.
There's so many people that pray to saints. What are you talking about?
No, you see, we pray to the saint. We ask the saint to pray for us. You're a liar.
Yeah, you pray to the saint. You use it as a
no, we ask the saint to pray for us. We ask the saint. I ask my brothers here. I ask my brother here to pray for me. Doesn't mean they are God. They are praying to God. So I'm asking you now. Name for me one Christian, one Jew. He prayed to his rabbi as God. Because the word in the front of us says as Lord, as God.
Yeah, they take them as Lord.
We don't. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie, my friend. Your God is a liar. Your God is a liar. And now, let us see, the one who pray to a man is praying to God, right? So why the Quran says, Allahu wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi. Allah and his angels, they are praying.
Why did we move? Why did we move from this?
We are talking about, you are the one who mentioned to me to go verse number 31. You forgot?
Yeah, but why'd you move from that? No, you went.
We are not, because you are trying to explain to me. You are the one who says to me, well, there's many Christians, they pray, and they pray to the saint, and they believe they are God. That is a false. But in fact it is you Muslims and Allah who pray to Muhammad. Am I lying?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Say that again.
Isn't it the Quran says, Inna Allah wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Allah and his angels, they pray on the Prophet, correct?
Pray?
Yeah. Yusallun. What yusallun mean?
Saloon comes from like salutations.
Now you do not know what yusallun mean, guys. Now yusallun you do not know what yusallun. Yusallun mean they pray.
No. So
what the word salah mean? What the word salah? What the word salah mean? What the word salah mean? What the word salah mean?
Salah comes from sila, to connect, to make a connection.
Okay, what the word salah mean a prayer, correct?
No, it means to make a connection.
Okay,
so we do it in the form of
worship. Okay, I want you to explain to me, guys, it make connection. You see, I mean, it's the hypocrisy is amazing. So now if I show you the same word, the word yusalli in the Quran, is it making connection or praying to Allah?
You know, I'm actually writing notes to this conversation because I'm going to send you a
friend,
bunch of
it's recorded. It's recorded. You can download it later. You can put it in your page. Listen, the word yusalli, does it mean pray or not?
Yusalli? The one that you're talking about? No, it doesn't.
What?
Inna Allah wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi. This is not salah yani salah that we're talking about. This is not the same
what salah mean? What the word salah mean?
I told you it means connection. It comes from sila, which
okay. So guys, okay, I will go with you. You see, the Muslim, they're trying to fix it, but they make the blind. So now Allah and the angels, they are trying to make connection with the Prophet. Solve this problem for me now. How Allah and the angels, they are trying to make connection with the Prophet.
You speak Arabic, صح? So أنت لحالك.
My friend, I speak Arabic better than your prophet. Listen carefully. I want you to continue what you just said. You just said that Allah and the angels, they are trying to make connection with the prophet. So Allah is a man.
You asked me what salah is.
Yes, I'm asking you. No, I ask you what the word yusalluna mean. You said mean connection.
I said Salah comes from the word sila.
Okay, let us go back to zero. Forget about what came from where. Forget about who came from where. Tell me what the word yusallun. Inna Allah wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi. What Allah is doing when he says yusallun. Go ahead.
The salutations or blessings or...
Salutation? Blessing? So okay, I will go with you now. So listen, is your prophet going to go to heaven or not? Is your prophet going to go to heaven guaranteed or not?
Yeah, we believe so.
So what the blessing for if the guy is in heaven?
Why does God send salutations to the prophet? Is that
the guy is in heaven? I mean, there is more than heaven. The guy is in heaven. Allah will give him the favorite place. Listen, Allah will give him the best of the places in the corner lot in the heaven. A lot of women for him. So now, what is the blessing Muhammad will receive additional to that? What that would do exactly?
It has nothing to do with him.
What do you mean nothing to do with him? It says, Allahu wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi. Allah and his angels praying on the prophet. So what do you mean? It doesn't say, it doesn't mean anything to him.
Yeah, Ibn Adam. 1 second. Here we have in the Quran. We also have in the Quran where Allah tells Muhammad he will raise his status. And now him being, when Allah also says yusalluna.
Okay, raise his status. Let us go there. Inna rafa'na laka dhikraka.
Yeah.
Is it dhikraka or dhakaraka?
Inna rafa'na laka dhikrak. Oh, dhakaraka. That's fine. Either way it could work. Either way
can work. But isn't it dhakaraka mean penis?
No.
What do you mean?
No, it's the remembrance.
Remembrance? Dhikr, what remembrance?
Dhikr, it comes from the word dhikr. Dhikr means to constantly remind you, remember. Comes from remembering.
Okay, let me ask you.
So
let me ask you. Is it true? Is it true that your prophet he used to suffer from his penis?
Why are you so obsessed with stuff like that?
I am not obsessed. It's your Muslim. It's your books. You see, the funny is, when we show them what their prophet's saying, they say obsessed. I'm quoting your prophet. Isn't it your prophet who says, "I was the most weak person between all mankind in his penis," and then Allah He sent him a dish of shish kebab. He ate it. He got the power of 40 men. So this is what the verse saying. Allah He make his penis straight. Prove it wrong.
Say that again. You scream, so I can't really hear you properly. Can you say that one more time?
Okay, we cannot talk in the same time. Thank you very much. When you say to me, you mentioned to me this verse. It says here, we remove your burden, which is breaking your back. Is that correct?
What verse are we talking
The
about?
verse you mentioned to me, it's you who mentioned to me. This is the chapter of the Sharh. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Chapter 94, verse number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So here is speaking about Muhammad have a problem. And this problem is breaking his back.
So where's the breaking your back?
Yeah, what is breaking the back of Muhammad?
الذي أنقذ ظهرك. And he had his weight was heavy on him, and he lifted the weight.
Okay, according to Islam, isn't it the Quran says من بين الصلب والترائب that the sperm of the man is coming from his backbone and the ribs of the women?
What?
Isn't it the Quran says that Allah? I'm just showing you what is the weight is on his back. So Muhammad, he think that because he cannot have sex, he have a problem in his back, the backbone.
الذي أنقذ ظهرك. This is how you interpret it?
I am not the one who interpreted it. Okay, listen. There's other verse in the Quran that says the following.
Can you give me the reference, please?
Sure.
Find it.
Chapter 113, verse number, you can read, it's just a few verses anyway, you can read it all.
Okay, what about it?
Isn't it this is chapter 2 is about the penis of Muhammad?
Excuse me?
Isn't it this is chapter, all of it is about the penis of Muhammad?
113?
Yeah.
How are you
coming
to that conclusion?
It says here that Muhammad praying to Allah, somebody he did mischievement, right? And somebody he did, he blow in the knot. He blow in the knot. Do you agree?
What? What are you talking
He blow
about?
in the knot. He blow in the knot. Min sharri nafathati fil uqad. You not know? You don't understand?
This is what sorcerers do.
Okay. So what the sorcerer did to Muhammad, his penis doesn't work no more.
What? So the ayah of the surah, let's read it together. قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ الْفَلَقِ. It's say, I seek refuge by the Lord of the dawn. Right? مِنْ شَرِّ مَا خَلَقَ. From the evil, like I seeking refuge from the evils of what he created, stuff like a lion or I don't know, natural disaster.
No, this is talking about witchcraft.
What?
Talking about witchcraft.
Can you no, this part here, min sharri ma khalaq, this part specifically is talking about al-shar al-hajat al-khalaqa Allah. Al-hajat tiji minna shar, but it's not, it's just part of nature, like a lion.
Read the verse number 4. You will see it is about what?
The giga. And then the next ayah, ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب. Right, so evil, the harm in the night. So what happens at night? Usually evil comes at night, robbers, thieves, kida. So we're seeking refuge from
so
those
what
kinds of
witchcraft have
evils.
to do with thieves? This is witchcraft.
And then ومن شر.
Don't tell me daqiqa. I'm asking you. Don't tell me a second. Listen. What witchcraft have to do with thieves?
Now, this is the third kind of protection we're asking for.
No. This is talking specifically about witchcraft. This is talking specifically about somebody blowing in the knot, doing witchcraft. There's no thief. There's no criminals. So don't add things. Now I'm asking you.
No one's adding anything. You're the one that's adding.
You are saying thieves. You are the one saying the thieves.
Illa, because this what happens in the night.
No, it says like witchcraft. Do the thief use witchcraft to steal your property?
It says what? What? The word what means and.
No. وَمِن شَرِّ غَاسِقٍ إِذَا وَقَبَ. Okay, listen.
وَمِن شَرِّ حَاسِدٍ إِذَا حَسَدَ.
Okay.
So it's also a new wa. وَمِن شَرِّ. So
okay.
wa.
Listen.
The first.
My friend.
أنت أسمع. أنت الأسمع.
Do you accept Muslim interpretation for the verse?
ليش أنا وأنت we talk Arabic. Why do we want to go look at interpretation?
Why not? Because you will say to me it doesn't say that, you know. Why I want to waste your time and my time?
لا أنت أول شيء you're not even listening to what I'm saying to begin with.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. So I'm asking you. Why want to waste our time? Shall we go and see the interpretation for the verse?
You and I speak Arabic. Why do you want to look at interpretation?
So you don't want to see the interpretation because the interpretation is saying that this is about the penis.
Yeah, right here. What does the letter wa?
My friend, don't tell me akhui. Tell the Muslims, your scholars. The scholars, they say that this is the penis.
You're not my brother in Adam. You're my brother in Adam.
My friend, I'm not asking about you saying your brother. This is not my question. I'm saying to you, if your scholars, they say it's about penis, then it's about penis. What we would do?
أنا مالي ومال الناس.
What do you mean that's not your business? What do you mean not your business? Those are your scholars.
Listen, man. I don't know what to call you. That's why I keep.
My friend, what is that your scholar saying this is about the penis of the prophet? Yes or no?
The scholar, that's his interpretation.
Thank you very much. So now we agree that the scholars agree that your prophet penis have a problem, and he claimed that somebody he used witchcraft over his penis.
Which scholars?
Ibn Abbas, he says so. I can show you tons of them. As an example, you know, go to Tafsir al-Bayan, Bayan al-Sa'ada, go to Tafsir, listen, كلام العرب, وقف في كلام العرب, قال ابن عباس في كتاب النقاش الغاسق إذا وقب ذكر الرجل. عن ابن عباس في قوله تعالى من شر غاسق إذا وقب قال هو قيام الذكر. وقد أسنده بعض الرواة إلى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. قال في تفسيره الذكر إذا دخل. Let us translate. So عن ابن عباس, he said when Allah he says من شر غاسق إذا وقب, قال it is the penis getting harder and getting standing up, and that is base أسنده بعض الرواة إلى رسول الله, and this is reported some narrator from the Prophet of Allah. The book إحياء علوم الدين, volume number 3. Give me a reference.
No. You're showing me what other people thought. It doesn't matter.
Yes, exactly. So why you Muslim you say why you Muslim will say that this is about the penis of the Prophet when it's not about the penis of the Prophet? Let me make the question simple. Is it true? Is it true? Let's solve the problem. Is it true that your Prophet that your Prophet penis doesn't work?
What's Darrani, man? I never even thought
about it. Where's Darrani? I will show you where's Darrani. Here we go. That's your prophet. This is your prophet wife. Who knows better? The prophet wife, she is reporting that the prophet, he can't even have sex. He imagined himself having sex, but in fact he did not. And this is because of the witchcraft. So Muhammad, he claimed that the reason he cannot have sex, his penis is not working, because somebody he did use the knots and he controlled him and his penis is not working no more. Read this hadith. It's da'if. Go ahead. Look what Aisha, she said.
Look, So again, you're just showing, and we're trying to talk Quran, and you go and you're showing what people said.
What do you mean what people? This is Aisha. Who knows better what happened to their prophet penis?
How do you know she said these words? How do you know she said anything?
How you know that the Quran said by anyone? You were not there anyway too.
So I have what I have in my hand today.
You have nothing in your hand. You have the hadith too in your hand. This is the hadith reported from the time of Muhammad.
Hadith doesn't bring me barakah. I'm not bound by hadith.
No, you are bound because I just showed you the Quran. I showed you the Quran. Okay, let me ask you. Do you believe that your prophet was bewitched? Yes or no?
Yeah, I heard there was a
okay, thank you.
Like
you just said you heard. So how you say you heard? Do you heard that? Did you hear that from the Quran or from the hadith?
No, from hadith.
But you just said you believe in it.
Excuse me?
You just said you believe in it.
I said I believe in what?
Do you believe that your prophet was bewitched?
Yeah.
Okay. You just said then you believe in the hadith.
I never said I don't disbelieve in hadith.
Okay.
I just
the hadith in the front of you. The hadith in the front of you, it says you're a prophet. You're a prophet. He don't have sex with his wives no more. He have a problem. He imagined himself having sex. In fact, he did not.
I'm going to call you Christian if that's okay.
Call me as whatever you want, my friend. So this is saying in front of you, and as long as you believe in the hadith, don't you agree that the prophet wife, she know better than you what happened in the bedroom?
What's this hadith that you have up right now? You have a hadith up. Can you
this is hadith. It says the prophet continued for such and such a period, imagining that he had sexual intercourse with his wives. In fact, he did not.
Yeah, can you please give me the reference, if you don't mind?
Sahih al-Bukhari, hadith number 6063.
Bukhari, 60. Bukhari, 60 what?
63.
He slept with his wife, and in fact, he did not. One day, continue.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I'm reading it. I'm almost done. Okay, so how does this have to do with the ayah we were talking about?
Listen carefully. Listen carefully. The ayah speaking about Muhammad suffering from witchcraft. The interpretation, the interpretation we showed you.
It doesn't talk about witchcraft. Him suffering from witchcraft. It doesn't say anything about Muhammad.
It says about Muhammad. You see, we mentioned 2 chapters. You are the one who mentioned them to me. You forgot the chapter of Ash-Sharh, chapter 94. It says there's weighted your back. The back of Muhammad is not functioning. وَرَفَعْنَا لَكَ ذِكْرَكَ. And you said, you agree, it can be ذِكْرَكَ, it can be ذَكَرَكَ. It's the same. ذَكَرَكَ mean penis. ذِكْرَكَ, it's mean remembrance. But the problem here is obviously there's a problem. You know, there's a hardship. He's suffering from something. What he's suffering from? We go to the other verse. The other verse says that Muhammad, he was under witchcraft, and a Jewish guy, he controlled him by magic. Is that correct?
But this ayah, قُلْ أَعُوذُ مِنْ شَرِّ النَّفَّاثَاتِ فِي الْعُقَدِ, have nothing to do with him being inspired by.
Listen, okay, let us take it in a simple way.
For us Muslims.
No problem. No, my friend. Okay. The hadith I showed you, do you agree with it or not?
Which hadith? The one just now?
The one I showed you, Sahih Bukhari. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it could possibly happen. True.
Okay. So now, me and you agree now that Muhammad is under witchcraft and he have a problem with sex. Do we agree?
And here in do you mind? Let's just read it. Let me read it in Arabic. Here. I read it in English.
all this time to read this? I can read it in 2 seconds.
No, I have to open it again. Sorry. Just found it now.
It says that the prophet, he imagined himself having sexual intercourse with his wife. In fact, he did not.
It doesn't. See, in Arabic, it doesn't actually say sex, like having.
No,
sex.
it says that.
Just يأتي أهله.
Yes, يأتي أهله. It means he cannot have sex. يأتي أتى أهله mean he could not have sex.
It could easily
It says here, my friend, listen, don't waste my time. You see, the second I notice that the person is being a kid, don't force me to hang up on you, please. Even the Muslim translation saying he could not. Okay, listen. Why the Muslim, they will say sexual intercourse if it's not sexual intercourse? Why you Muslim in the translation? Why you Muslim in translation say so?
That's their problem.
Okay, my friend, anything I show you, it's their problem. Get lost. And they say to you, you hang up on people. I showed you the interpretation. This is their problem. You are showing me what people are saying. Aren't you people too? Maybe you're an angel. Maybe you are God. It's their problem. So anything I show him, you say it's their problem. No, it's not my problem. It's your problem. It's your book. Yeah, let's go with this guy. It's my problem, imagine. It's their problem. What a joke. So a person, he is under black magic. How we can trust him that he received a word of God? Can you believe it? Hello?
Hey CP.
Hey, my friend.
How are you?
I'm fine. You have a friend with you?
Yes. Do I need to send him your username, or he can join this
You
call?
can call him. You can call him. He will just add him to join the conversation, and you can hang up if you want to when you want, or you can do it yourself.
I will add him. Okay.
So you know, if somebody, he is approving and he agree that he's a prophet is under witchcraft. So now how we can trust him receiving Quran from God? The guy is under the control of the Jews, and the one who did the witchcraft is a Jew. So he swear in the book of the Jew. He do not know how to what is written in the book of the Jews, and he is under the control of the Jews. That's what the Muslim believe. Madness. And when we show them the proof in front of their eyes, it says here, يَأْتِي أَهْلَهُ. It doesn't mean he is having, what do you mean? This is what it says in Arabic. And that's why you Muslim says he has slept. So why the translation says that if it's not? It's your Muslim website. I mean, do you see how they play games? If you want to call me and play games, don't waste your time. I'm looking for people who they are serious, adult, mature, not kids. So how we can accept a person, even his sex was fake. Imagine, look, he imagined himself having sex. But man, he imagined himself seeing an angel too. Even different hadith says he imagined himself doing things, not only sex, everything. He imagined himself doing things. In fact, he did not do it. So he imagined see angel. He imagined he heard voices. He imagined. It's a person who was an illusion. Nobody can trust him. When I finished my service in the army, there was a guy. He was doing his paper. He looked fine. He looked like everybody. He don't look like crazy or anything. So I said to him, "Good, you finish your service safe, you know." He said, "No, I did not really. I was kicked out because I hear voices." He hear voices. He see things is not there. So they have to release him because he might start shooting. I mean, the guy hear voices. He hears sounds. He might see an enemy there, but he's not there. He's a nice guy, but he have a mental illness. God bless him. You know. He's calling as a friend. I hope he will join us.
But by the way, I didn't say that you were a Christian prince, because if I say that, you're gonna run away.
No problem.
So I just say you was an Arabic guy that know about Islam.
Okay. We are waiting for him to join. I lost my voice actually. I don't know if I should take this call, but we promise him, so we will see.
CP, can you just give me 2 minutes? I'm gonna call him back.
No problem. My friend, if not today, we can do it tomorrow. No problem. It's okay.
Okay, tomorrow at what time you gonna?
I don't know. You see, I don't know when I go. Like I have 4 wives, and then no. If sometime I have to wash dishes. 4 wives. What you can do?
I understand perfectly.
All right. Just when you see me, just get him. All right.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And what you can do? I'm a good Muslim. I have 4 wives and dating another 4. And the other 4 are waiting. Good Muslim. We marry for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, as Mimi Hijab he said. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. 1 hour, 2 hours. Maximum 2 hours. After that, I'm out of gas. Sorry. Have you heard of somebody he married for 5 minutes, for 2 minutes? You need more time even to take off your pant. 2 minutes? Are you a rabbit? Even rabbit don't finish it that fast. When this Mimi Hijabi will lie about Muslims, he's accusing the Muslim Sunni that they marry for 2, 3, 4 minutes. Are you sure? When they lie, they exaggerate with their lies. A minute. Are you sure? Don't you think it's like Muhammad Hijab? Don't you think you are lying? Come on, 2 minutes is too much, my friend. I think it was 30 seconds.
All you're happy to do, you and your friends, is acquiesce to the fact that you guys are going around, marrying people for 2 minutes and 3 minutes and 5 minutes and 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever it may be.
Salafis are always accused marriage and divorce, marriage and divorce. So is there any sunnah for this? Is there any evidence for this? كذابين, by the way, ikhwan. That is one of the most evil statements that is made against the people of Sunnah. Anyone who's familiar with the other communities will know that the affair of divorce among them is far, far more disproportionate than among the people of Sunnah. But it is us who are highlighted, that is it. And that is the manner of those who fight against the people of Sunnah, da'iman wa abadan. They will look for any excuse to highlight the people of Sunnah as evildoers. Apparently, our brothers at SP, there is someone among them has married 60 times apparently.
Brother, 60 times. There's no way 60 times. It was 59. So you see, Muhammad Hijab, he is accusing the Muslim Sunni that they are doing mut'ah non-stop and they marry for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 hour. How good is that? Call me coward. This must be ultimate fault. Didn't this guy have enough? Hello? He's playing Quran for me. Play Quran. Well, you know what? I have a verse for you about this. Look at the stupid God, the God of Islam. He claimed that the most harsh voice for Allah is the voice of a donkey. Have you ever heard a stupid statement more than this? And moderate with your walk and lower voice. Verily, the harshest voice of all voices is the bearing of an ass. God, This is God. He wrote that in his book, in his office in heaven. This is God wisdom. Must be true, brother. And the funny is that Muhammad's wife, his last name is donkey, and Muhammad's last name is dogs. What a zoo. Muslims, all your laundry is here. Anything you say to me, I will show you something will be embarrassing. Anything. You are talking to Christian Prince. All the underwears of Muhammad is here. That's why my room stink. Yeah, mean, disgusting. MashaAllah. I mean, even the Prophet, when he used to have sex with his wife, have you ever heard of somebody dry his hands in the wall? Let us see. Imagine you are a prophet of God, and the Muslim, they say the best of man is Muhammad, and he is the best example. So now Muhammad, he had sex. He is going to clean himself. He have sexual relationship, brother. So what he do? He cleaned his private part with his hand, and then he rubbed his hand on the wall. Do you see it? The Prophet of Allah, he held his penis with his hand. Now he clean his penis. Look how clean he is. And then whatever he have in his hand, you know what I'm talking about, he dry his hand on the wall. And supposedly he's washing now. And the funny is, the Muslim, they say to you, what a dream. The Prophet was masturbating at night, so he have all the wives in his bed, and yet he is not sleeping with them. So he have the guy who have what a dream, obviously he did not have sex with his wives. I mean, you see, if a man, imagine he is single, I say he's a man single. This guy, he have all those wives. So what do you mean he have what a dream? What does that mean exactly? Anyway, I think we have enough for today. Did we have a good time, guys? Brandon Phillip, he says, I am saying there's one God, and the word Allah is Arabic word for God. Brandon, you are really, let us go, Brandon. The word Allah is not a word meaning God. Otherwise, Muslim, they should say in the Shahada, there's no God but God. But they don't say that. They say no God but Allah. Go, dummy, don't come here again. No God but Allah. Why they don't say there's no Allah but Allah? If Allah means God, it's not a name, then they should say there's no Allah but Allah. Stupid people. Don't get married. She will exchange you for new shoes. I'm telling you. She will go to Walmart. She will see the guy in the cashier. She said to him, if you buy me a new shoe, please just take me and just let me. I don't want to see Philip again. Brandon, say hello to Joe Biden. Anyway, I'm not using the bad word, by the way. I mean, we just remember Joe Biden, the idiot of the village. What a stupid people. What a stupid religion. You know, everything around you showing you how stupid this earth is. I mean, stupidity is amazing. So the guy is calling me to ask me, what is the proof that the Bible is from God? I show him from the Quran. He says to me, imagine I'm atheist. What the heck? And why I need even to prove to the atheist that the Bible is from God? He's an atheist. He don't believe in God. We have to believe in God first before we can prove that this is a book from God or not. Otherwise, I'm wasting my time. Imagine I say to you, I'm speaking to a guy, he don't believe there's no God. And then I say to him, I will prove to you that this is coming from God. But he said, I don't believe in God. So first we have to debate about if God exists or not. Then if he agrees there's a God, then we can see if this is a book from that God. Low IQ, zero intelligence. And you know what? If you are a person who have intelligence, you will suffer. I'm warning you. You will suffer in this earth. When you look around you and you see stupidity everywhere, you will suffer. Anyway, did we have a good time? Did we have a good time? And the funny, the guy, he speak Arabic and it take him half hour to read a few lines. And then they will go and they will say, Christian Prince don't speak good Arabic. And they will find that their sheikhs is the one who don't speak Arabic. Omar Muhammad, he says, I just watching our conversation. The irony is amazing. In the beginning, he was saying, I cannot run away from Arabic. And then he hang up on me. I did not hang up on you because of Arabic. I hang up on you because each time I show you proof, you say, that's not my problem. You see the irony? I showed you that the penis of the prophet is suffering. I show you the reference. I show you the interpretation. I show you the reference, the books, and you say to me, "This is not my problem." So what we would? Who are you? They are the scholars. This is Aisha saying. The hadith says that the prophet, he could not have sexual intercourse. You say it doesn't say that. It's in front of your eyes. So there is no way you can debate a liar. It's a waste of time. You are a certified liar. How in the world even you dare to say it doesn't say that he cannot have sexual intercourse when even your Muslim translation says that? You say to me, what? This is not my problem. So I'm talking to a kid, you are 9 years old. It's in the front of your eyes. It says here, this is the Muslim translation. This is Sunnah.com. This is not a Christian Prince translating Arabic. So why the Muslim, they will say sexual intercourse if it was zucchini? Maybe the Prophet was playing with his boogers. So why you Muslims, you lie saying he could not imagine himself had slept between two brackets, had sexual relationship with his wife. In fact, he did not. And actually, you know what? If you make it not sexual, that will make it even more horrible, because if we say that he ya'ti ala, which means he come to his family, to his wives, in fact, he did not, this is even more horrible. That means he did not go. So the guy, he think he is going to his family, but he did not go to his family. So he went where? To Walmart. So you try to fix it, you make it blind. You are just a silly, stupid. That's why I hang up on you. But thank you for calling. At least you are brave, more better than the other Muslims. But this is the trick. Each time we show them something, they say, not my problem. This is what they are saying. This is the scholar saying, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. And you know, the priceless thing you said in the whole conversation, that yeah, properly the prophet, he was bewitched, but that's mean that Muhammad is not the prophet of God. Why? Because the Quran saying Allah is protecting you from men. Isn't it the Quran says that Allah is going to protect Muhammad from man, from mankind? So how Allah protect Muhammad from mankind, and he was under black magic? Chapter 5, verse number 67. And not only that, Muhammad not only was under black magic, he was killed by poison. And not only that, the funny Muhammad, he said that if you eat 7 ajwa, no poison can kill you and no black magic work on you. And guess what? Both of them happened to him. Allah Apostle said, he who eats 7 ajwa, dates every morning, will not be affected by poison or magic. Who wanna try it? Don't. Disclaimer, don't try it. You will die. And then we find that Muhammad, he died by poison. The 7 ajwa is not working. And not only that, when the Jewish woman, she killed him with the poison, the woman, she said to him, well, if you are a prophet, Allah will save you. If you are not, we will get rid of you. If you are an impostor. Muhammad, he said to her, لن يقدرك الله. Allah will not let you do it. So Muhammad again, he lied. Allah could not stop the women. Watch my previous video, which I posted yesterday. Is it yesterday or today? I forgot. Today. How many of you watched the previous video? Not many, because there's no nice picture, right? You guys like nice pictures. Shall we put like a nice picture there? Yeah, I think if we put a nice picture, there's a lot of people will watch it. Okay, let's see this one. Yeah, but because people, they watch videos because of pictures, not because of the topic, not because how good it is. Seriously. This is why you see those, perverted people. They put all those naked pictures. You will see even some, they are filthy to the point, like he is going with his wife somewhere supposedly, and then his wife, she is going in the boat or something, and you see her panty, and he put that as a thumbnail for his video. Do you believe how filthy some human being they can be? His wife. Just to make a view. Cheap people. Let us see. All right, I think we have enough for today. Did we have a good time? And Omar, you can call me some other time. I just have enough of you for today. And we made you famous, my friend. Don't forget to download the video, Omar. I'm sure your family and your Muslims will be so proud about you. Tell them that Christian Prince, he hung up on me. He ran away from me, brother. And don't forget to name the video, the title of the video you made with me. I agree, the Prophet, he was under black magic. And which means the Prophet, he cannot be a prophet. Because he was receiving satanic verses. Black magic mean under the control of the devil. And my friend, I have a news for you. I am a prophet too. Next month, a lot of women, they will have their period. Takbir, how he knew that? I'm telling you, this is for real. I have more news for you. Tomorrow, not next year, not next century, tomorrow is going to rain in many places in the earth. No way, prophet, how you know that? I'm telling you. And not only that, tomorrow there's a man, his name is Muhammad. He's trying to have sex with his wife, but his penis will not work. He will go to eBay or Amazon and he will buy some Viagra. Allahu Akbar. Prophet, how you know this is about me? I'm not talking about you, you idiot. I'm just saying Muhammad. Is your name Muhammad? Yes. A prophet of God. You do not know where the baby is coming from. And Allah, he placed mountains on the top of the earth. And ice is coming from mountains in heaven. What the heck? I can do better. Trust me, I will make prophecies. None of those is the stupid Muhammad prophecies. Unbelievable. Death by chocolate? Your prophet did not die by... And you know, the funny is, the goat, she told Muhammad, when he was eating the goat, I have poison. Can't you believe it, guys? The goat, she told Muhammad that I have poison, don't eat me. But the prophet, he ate from the... I mean, did you see how late is the goat? You stupid goat, shouldn't you say to him before he eat you? I mean, what's wrong with everything was wrong with this guy? Allah, he told the goat to tell Muhammad not to eat from the goat because the goat, she had poison. The goat, she told the prophet after he ate. That is deep. That is so deep. Now the goat is cooked, in case you do not know. And the goat is pieces, in case you do not know. And every Abdul around Muhammad is grabbing a piece of meat, as you know. And now the goat is talking to Muhammad, as you know. But the stupid goat, she spoke after the prophet, he ate the goat. How beautiful this story. I have to believe it. Where is Allah to send Jibreel, say to him, stop, don't eat it? He's waiting for the goat to say, the goat is late. And why Allah could not save Muhammad? This is Allah, can't he save him? So what if it's a poison? You know? Do you know how many women they try to kill me? I will not believe it. A lot of women, they put poison. You know, once they put poison for me, this is true story by Sahih Bukhari. Once in the ice cream, I got them busted. I don't eat ice cream. You know, they put the ice cream in front of me and they were waiting for me. Eat, eat. I said, okay, no. Eat. This is, you know, I don't eat ice cream. You know, they give me apple. I don't eat apples. You know, they don't know, like, you know, they try everything, brother. Jibreel, he told me not to eat since I was born, you know. Unbelievable. Those are true story, by the way. You prophesied that the moon is split in November 8, 2022. And my friend, I hope that's nothing else will split. I hope it's the moon only. Oh boy. Anyway. Allah al-Nas, but you would say Ilah al-Nas. Yeah, Ilah is a word. You see, Muhammad is, again, he is a thief. That's why if we go to the Quran, in chapter 1, you will see it says, Alhamdulillah. Not Alhamdulillah. Why? Because the name is not Allah, the name is La. La, the moon god. Alhamdulillah. Li. Li in Arabic mean to. To who? La. That is the name of your God, in front of your eyes. In the verse before it, it says, Bismillah. Al. La. Al is a word mean God in the old Aramaic, is a word mean the in the Arabic today. So Al-La, Lil-La. Who is La? Is the moon god, the god of the Muhammadan. And the same we find when we go to the chapter 36, verse number 1. It says, Yasin. Ya is a word meaning God. You can search it in Google. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Anything I say to you, check it out. You will see how stupid this version is. Ya. This is 37. Yasin. Ya is a word meaning God. Sin is the other name of La, the moon god. Sin. This is why even in English you say sin. Sin simply is a word coming from the pagan time when the European, they used to worship Sin, the moon god. So the Christian, they said to them, this is sin, which means this is pagan. This is from the pagan time. So, Sin. Look, the Muslim interpretation says, Allah knows best what he meant. Allah knows best. Allah knows best. Allah, he sent them verse, and Allah knows best what he meant. That's deep. Anyway, I encourage all of you to download the video as soon as we finish. And I encourage Mr. Omar, the one who called me, please don't forget to download the whole video, my friend, and post it in your channel if you have one. If you don't, create a channel just for this. So, you know, people, they can enjoy your intelligence. I'm sure you are so smart and so proud of what you did. So because of that, I trust, I have a feeling that you will download the video and you will not make me disappointed. Please, I want Muslims to download my videos, post them in your channel. Let everybody see how powerful Allah is and how smart Islam is and how Muslims, they can answer so easy. Like as an example, Allah knows best. Other way example, this is what they say. What's my problem? Other example, maybe. Very, very serious answers. And those answers, nobody can play with them because they will hang you in the air. But all those things doesn't work with me. Maybe doesn't work with me. What's my problem? Doesn't work with me. I don't agree with the Muslim translation. You say that to me, it doesn't work with me because you are the Muslim. I'm the Christian. I can say this is a false translation. I am the Christian. You are a Muslim. It doesn't say this. It doesn't say that, CP. So anyway, I hope you have a good time. I want to thank you. Thank you. Did I say thank you? I spoke as a Middle Eastern. You believe it? I want to thank you. No, don't say thank you. We'll thank them like a ship. I want to thank you for being here. And don't forget to make a comment. I know most of you are cheap. Cheap in everything. Unbelievable. They're cheap in making, not only they don't make a donation, they're cheap even making comment. Like at the least, man, make a comment. And look, they say to them, because you are cheap, you don't make a comment. And then what they say to me, thank you, Christian Prince. This is a comment? I mean, look how generous they are. Thank you, Christian Prince. Wow. It took you a lot of time, my friend, to write the comment. Thank you, Christian Prince. That's deep. That is seriously deep. Or the other one says, I'm first. Look at this guy. He think he is coming for a match, and who wanna jump in the field first? I am first. Then the second one come and says, I'm second. That's deep. Philosophers. I'm first. I'm second. I'm third. Wow. And then other guy, he says, how come nobody is making comment? Supposedly he's making comment. This is a comment. How come nobody making comment? That's deep. That's so deep. And you wonder why Muhammad exist? Many, they are qualified to be Muhammad. So my friend, if you want to make a comment, make a real comment. We have many topics, serious topics. Show us your intelligence, show us your knowledge, show us your thinking. Show us that you are a smart person, not just a listener, but a thinker. If you don't think, what's the difference between us and other creatures? Even other creatures, they think. But maybe they just think about how to make living, how to survive. You know, we are a human. So think as a human, act like one, so you can be considered as one. And this is why Jesus, he came to this earth, so he can bring us back to our humanity. Human being, he lost humanity. He's not a human no more. He just think about himself. He worship himself. He enjoy killing. He feel happiness when people die. He feel happiness when a nation he don't like, they are destroyed. He enjoy and he rejoice for evil. Islam will do that to you. Jesus will not approve it. So I say, come back to Christ, come back to humanity, be loving, be Christian, love your enemy, not by giving them hugs as some false Christians or hypocrite. The one who loves his enemies is the one who shake them, the one who made them wake up, the one who say to them the truth so they can see it and they can save themselves. Not by saying to them, I respect your prophet. I don't. You're a liar. Why you respect a killer? Why you respect a child molester? Why you respect a criminal? Why you respect a false prophet? Just because you want to be a hypocrite? Just because you decide to become a politically correct person? Those who they are politically correct, they are the last people to enter heaven. There's no heaven for them. For they take lies as a business, as a lifestyle. They have no future. And they have no present. They are even lying to themselves. They say things they themselves they don't believe in it. Just because they want to be politically correct. We Christians will reject that. And we reject those people. So I want to say thank you for being here. Until I see you again, don't forget to download the video. Maybe tomorrow maybe it's already Saturday actually. Man, how many hours I'm here? Oh boy. So we will see when we come back. Invite your friends. If you have Muslims they would like to call me, feel free. As you see, I can stay with a Muslim for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. But the second I notice that he is a liar and he is just playing games, there's no point of speaking to somebody playing games. I'm not a kid. We are not here to speak to kids. We want to speak to mature people who are serious. God is a serious topic. So when a person starts saying to me, I don't care what they say, I don't care what the hadith says, maybe, maybe not, then when you are sure, call me. As long as you are in the maybe, stay there. We want to talk about religion and people who they are sure of their religion, not people who don't consider it to be serious and they try to defend it by saying maybe. Either you believe or you don't. So I want to say thank you. May the Lord bless you. And until we see you again, remember, in order to find where I'm going to go live, because sometimes I change channel, remember that always, you go to Patreon/Christian Prince. I know some people of you don't like to go there because they think they have to make a donation. Hey, cheapo, I know, don't worry. You do not need to make a donation. You can still go there for free and just click at the last video there and you will find where the Christian Prince will go live. The beach? You do not need to make a donation, brother. You do not. I know you are scared, you are terrified. You do not need to make it. It's for free. All my service is for free. You make donation, you don't make donation, still my service for you will be for free forever. As long the Lord is providing me, I will provide you my best. I promise. Thank you for being here, and the Lord is my provider, not the man. Thank you for being here. May the Lord bless you, and see you soon again. Take care.
But I mean, again, he doesn't know who Gabriel is, right? Because he didn't come from an Abrahamic faith. The people of Mecca were pagan.
Quran is mentioned. If this book was from other than God, they would have found in it many contradictions.
If a book is without contradictions, that has no bearing on whether it comes from God or not. I've had phone books that are inerrant, but I certainly don't think God gave them.
That we believe without understanding.
The brother asked a very important question, that most of the scholars say that listening to music, watching movies, and most of the television programs, they're haram. So how can we have fun? Let me tell you, brother, at the outset, that having fun is permitted in Islam as long as the fun is halal fun.
That the standard narrative has holes in it.
The Prophet tells us because Satan or the devil sleeps over our nostrils. Those who oversleep and not pray Fajr on time, Satan urinates in their ears.
I really do think Jesus was crucified and that he really was dead and buried. He thought that he was a son of God in the sense that he was specially chosen by God. I think Jesus really did think he was going to be the Messiah, the future king of Israel. I mean, that is, after all, why they crucified him,